regardless of what any man is going to try to say in terms of like, I don't need other people. Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. Nobody is built or wired for, just a life of solitude and like nobody has all of the tools they need, and no man has all of the tools that they need to be able to go through this life, just tackling everything that might be thrown at them. And so, just to be willing to recognize that. And some of that, especially within the manosphere, is just really not caring what other people think about you.
Hello, and welcome to the Renaissance of Men podcast. My name is Will Spencer. My guest this week is Brandon Lansdown, and he's many things. He's a husband and father, the pastor at Coram Deo Church in Springfield, Missouri, the host of the Absolute Unit podcast, plus a general contractor, the founder of Reformation Coffee, and especially a humble and faithful man of God. The surest testimony of that is how uncomfortable he'll likely be that I've said all this about him. But by the same token, he surely deserves it. Not because he's a perfect man, but because he's putting in the reps, taking risks, showing results, and walking the path that many men are or would like to be, including me. In other words, he's leading, not just with word, but with example, as an everyday man creating godly prosperity for his family and the kingdom. And his leadership moves through the various realms we all move in: home, family, work, church, social media, passion projects, entrepreneurship, brotherhood, and creativity. It's a noteworthy accomplishment. That's why I'm grateful to have Brandon on as the final guest of Reformation May. I couldn't ask for a better man to close out this series. I think you'll hear aspects of his story you can learn from and incorporate into how you show up in the various spheres of your life. Again, not as a perfect man for you to follow, because there's only been one of those, but I hope Brandon will serve as a mirror to look in and see yourself reflected. In our more than 4-hour conversation, Brandon and I discussed Christian men and strength training, families and modesty, shepherding a flock, masculine sanctification, the manly need for brotherhood, building into Christendom, and, of course, enjoying coffee to the glory of God. If you enjoy the Renaissance of Men podcast, thank you. Please like this video, share it, and subscribe. Plus, leave a comment down below letting us know how you're building into Christendom. The Renaissance of Men podcast is proudly sponsored by Reformation Coffee. Today's guest, Brandon Lansdown, has been hand roasting beans for 14 years, and that's just one of the things that brought us together today. You'll hear his whole story in just a moment, and you can watch it and sip along with us by going to reformationcoffee.com and entering the code SUBFREE to get one free 12-ounce bag of coffee with your monthly subscription. And now, please welcome the man himself, the founder and head roaster of Reformation Coffee, and a husband, father, and leader of men, Brandon Lansdown. Brandon, thanks so much for joining me on the podcast.
Yeah, man, it's my pleasure. I'm glad to be here.
It's so exciting to be crossing paths with you in a sense in this moment, because I don't know if you remember, but maybe it was a year or so ago, 18 months or so ago, you posted on Twitter, and I followed you back then. You posted on Twitter that you were looking for some help with the first episode of the Absolute Unit podcast that you recorded with a friend, and I just happened to be scrolling. I'm like, I can help you with that. So I think about that a lot, actually.
Yeah, I do remember that well, and you were a big help. I guess I had forgot that that's where we connected, but yeah, good memory. And I'm thankful for that moment that that's led us to where we are now.
I thought it was so funny when we crossed paths later here with Reformation Coffee and so many different other things to think back to that. Like, oh wow, like I wonder how that plays into everything. Because I'm a big believer. I remember what really landed with me about what you were doing is, and of course you've heard me talk about this recently in podcasts, is like Christians and fitness. And then when you had said that you were starting this podcast about that and that you needed help with audio, I'm like, here, send it to me. Let me fix that up for you so we can start having this conversation.
Yeah, you did, man. You did a good job too. The Absolute Unit podcast has been a fun one for us, me and my buddy Joshua Jenkins to do together and just talk about all things pertaining to fitness, certainly physically, but also just what it means to be a man of God and to lead out in family and community and church. And, a big part of that we think is being strong, having strength physical strength, mental, emotional strength, lots of things that I borrow from our mutual friend Matt Reynolds in talking about voluntary hardship and just So it's a fun podcast. Happy to do it.
Well, let's start there then. Let's start with Christians and strength, because I know we've got lots of different places we can go, but since this is where we began, let's begin there. So talk about a little bit. So the podcast is called the Absolute Unit, and I've heard legendary tales that you are a man of renown when it comes to fitness. I've heard comparisons to certain Baywatch characters, and we're just going to lead off right now with the full embarrassment. We're just getting out of the way. So, but talk a little bit about the role that fitness has played in your journey as a man and your faith journey and your role as a pastor and podcast as well. Let's just start there for the men and women listening.
Yeah, certainly. I think, fitness is hard. I think, anyone can admit that, and anyone should be willing to admit that. It's not easy. If it were easy, then everyone would do it, and not everyone does it because it's grueling. It's hard. And like with anything that is generally worth doing in life, it's usually hard. And so, when you put your mind and your body towards a thing that is difficult, that doesn't just come naturally or is especially comfortable, when you do that, it oftentimes lends to, other added benefits or strength. And so for me as a man, as a father, as a husband, as a pastor, as everything else that I do, certainly physical strength isn't the end all be all in contributing to my success in those things. But to say that it doesn't contribute at all would be a mistake. And, I think so enduring those hardships, choosing those hardships on myself, knowing that it is for my good, is for my benefit. It is for developing physical strength and learning how to endure difficult things. Again, I know that that Matt Reynolds has talked to you about this, and I hear about it from him all the time about voluntary hardship. We choose to put those things on ourselves so that when we come to a hardship that isn't of our choosing, then we can endure it much easier. And so, and that's physically, that's mentally, that's emotionally. And it's the same thing, when I could speak from past experiences in my own life where I've gone through hardships that I wouldn't have chosen on myself that took a great deal of strength emotionally, mentally, maybe not so much physically sometimes, but if I can think back to times where I had failed because I hadn't properly prepared to do those things, and not wanting that to be the case moving forward in the future, because I know that other hardships are going to come. And so again, to say, fitness isn't the end all be all, but if you can, it's just like our spiritual disciplines. Like if you can commit and be disciplined to spiritual training, right? Spending time in the Word, spending time in prayer, doing journaling and leading your family in family worship, things like that. Things that man don't always come the easiest because we would like to sleep in later or we would like to go to bed early or whatever the case may be. We've got 100 other things that we need to be doing instead of family worship. But when you commit to those things, then they become easier over time and they lend to greater success in other areas of your life. And so for me, that has translated over into being a pastor, being a husband, being a father, being a business owner, of just being able to do hard things because I've chosen to train myself to endure hardship. And man, I guess last thing I'll say is that, I could say maybe it's not the last thing, but it lends to, I think, more longevity and you're able to endure things, and you also have an increased level of confidence, right? Not that we should become cocky or arrogant and start to have too much of a strut, but yeah, like when I'm out with my family, I feel that they are, they're safe, and like my hands are competent in keeping them safe. Maybe not in all situations, but and so yeah, it it pays forward in a multitude of other kind of benefits or dividends. And it's really just comes down to making the simple choice of just do the thing.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things that we run into now for everyone listening, you're a pastor of a church, right? Mm-hmm. And so which we'll definitely talk about. And one of the phenomena that I think men are dealing with right now is they're starting to get a lot of different pressure in a good sense to begin enduring voluntary hardship in terms of their fitness. The phrase fat pastors is getting thrown around and not without reason. But one of the things that I've found that a lot of men begin throwing up resistance is like, oh, I don't want to get vain though. Right. That's the common, like they don't want to set out on the road at all because they're afraid of falling into the ditch on the other side of the road of vanity. So they stay in the ditch they're in, which is not being capable at all. And what I think is interesting about the example you're providing is that you're actually a pastor and that you have the skills to navigate through this dialogue of shepherding people. So for the men listening that would throw up that excuse like, oh, well, I don't want to become vain. I don't want to look like Arnold. That's a whole other thing. But like, how would you help a man navigate through that, or a woman for that matter?
Yeah, I think that certainly there are always two ditches on the side of the road, and you could overcorrect or fall into the error of the other ditch, just vainglory and and that's something that I've done in the past. When I went through a situation that unfortunately led me to for a period of time really walk away from the Lord, then the thing I poured myself into was physical fitness, and I've talked about this on other podcasts, and so I'll mention it briefly here, and then you can ask questions if you want. But I was putting a ton of time and energy into my fitness, and I wasn't doing barbell fitness back then. I was doing a kind of more advanced calisthenics stuff where I was just putting in tons of time and was seeing huge benefits just physically, visibly. Was seeing huge benefits. Strength was increasing. And so that led to an opportunity for me. There was a company that made exercise equipment, really mainly for calisthenics. And because I had the Instagram account back in the day that I was, I was a part of this calisthenics community and was connecting with other people. And so anyways, the owner of this company, this fitness company, just found me and then just one day reached out and said, hey, we are looking at doing a rebrand and we want to try to connect with you. They're up in Toronto, still are. And anyways, without, boring you with too many of the details, because I don't share this story very often. And here I am putting it out there for everybody. It was some training sessions, where students were coming in, but it was also, photo shoot and all these things. We were just doing the rebrand. So they flew me up to Toronto, and man, I thought I was it. Like I thought I was the stuff. And it just led to just, me seeking more and more vainglory in myself. And come to find out, not surprisingly, it wasn't fulfilling. It wasn't satisfying. It wasn't enough. And, praise God for his patience and his mercy in drawing me back unto him and back into the church, leading to confession and repentance. But yeah, all of that to say is I do understand the error, the tendency. And I think that the caution that people might have, like, oh, I don't want to become vain. I don't want to become this, that, or the other. And I think that's a fair caution to have, but it's one that you can guard yourself against, just like anything else in life. If you can see just the black and white truth about the benefits of being physically strong and being agile, being quick, being healthy, being limber, being flexible, all of those things that are going to lend to longevity of life and more enjoyment in life, then like focus on those things. Don't put all of your focus and your worry on what you might become. Focus on the thing that that very potentially you could become, just all those things I just listed, rather than worrying about becoming Arnold or becoming some kind of fitness model, and all of the benefits that come from being fit. Like I've said, is they're going to lead to a greater ability to endure hardship. They're going to give you more confidence. They're going to they're going to help you physically be a better mom and or dad, because you can get down on the floor, you can go do things, you can get out and about, and as your kids get older, you become a grandparent, then you don't have to slow down. You can keep going. And so, yeah, I think in all that, the caution to fall into the error of vainglory is always going to be there. And,
right.
And you just have to battle against that. You just have to, keep your spiritual disciplines in check and get up every single morning and seek to mortify the sin in your life and follow after Christ. And, as we say on the Absolute Unit podcast, is you could lift to the glory of God, become an absolute unit to the glory of God.
I love it. No, because I agree. And, I was talking to my dad this weekend, and my dad's in the 70s. And we were talking about deadlifting, and I just somewhere in the conversation, I decided I wanted to look up because he was saying he probably couldn't do it. And so I decided to look up what the record is for deadlifting for a man over the age of 70. And it's actually 530 pounds, which is pretty impressive. Now, said, yeah, right. Yeah. Because we were talking about my buddy, Mike Pantile, shout out Mike, who posted videos on Instagram of him deadlifting 800 pounds, which is it's crazy. But like 530 pounds he was competing as well, but that's a significant amount of weight to imagine that a man who's 70 something years old could lift that. Now that's the world record, but so a 400 pound deadlift, even scaling back a little bit, completely achievable. And the health benefits for that in terms of circulation and musculature and bone density, I don't know that you can even count them versus the alternative of slowly withering away and believing that your male body is not capable of these feats anymore.
Yeah, that's, so many people are under the misconception that if you lift heavy weights, that it's going to be to your physical detriment, that, it's going to, it's just going to wreak havoc on your back and your joints and your hips and your knees and so forth and so on. And the thing is that in reality, it's doing the opposite. It's strengthening all of those things. And, you don't jump in and, try to deadlift, you try to yank 500 pounds off the ground day one. You start much lower, and you build up, and you're building up strength, and you're building up, just greater, flexibility and even rigidity. You're becoming stronger as you do it. I can tell you, for me, I've had back issues most of my like from my young adult life up until just recently. It just suffered an injury that every year, probably 2 or 3 times, my back would go out and I would be down for a day or two. And when I started doing barbell lifting, I can't remember the last time my back went out. It's been a couple of years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's surprising. It's surprising the benefits of really lifting heavy. Like I've tried a bunch of different, strength training protocols, and I'm training with my buddy Sean, shout out Sean. And, he's got me doing the four big lifts structured over the course of a couple weeks, and just really getting into deadlifting in a way that I hadn't before, and getting to see my own strength and feeling the real benefits of that has been really powerful. I've deadlifted before, I've bench pressed before, but I haven't actually, the challenge is I haven't had my diet dialed in. That's been a really big challenge, dialing that in and figuring out, how to eat the right amount, and not have energy crashes. And so I've recently cut out, not because I wanted to go keto, but I've recently cut out almost all carbs. And I'm not advocating for it either, because I didn't go into it saying I'm going to do a thing. But I finally got everything dialed into the point where my nutrition is working well for my body. And now I can lift these weights and sort out my sleep and everything. And so now I'm actually finally experiencing the benefit of these things. And I understand, like, men talk about, how powerful these are, and I've never been able to do it right just because of the nutrition issue. Now that I have my nutrition straight, it's really made a huge difference. And I look forward to it now. I think more men need to get into it just for the fun of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly an enjoyment, and you're able to find a sense of motivation and excitement in it, especially as you start to see, improvements, you start to see gains, whether that's, there's nothing wrong with like visibly being strong, being seen as strong. Like you want that. And that's good. When you see that, you get encouraged by that. But then when you realize that you're lifting, 50 pounds more than you were just 3 weeks ago, that's an encouragement. That's motivation. And and there's just a really great sense of community, especially amongst men. There's just such a great sense of community. We did a lift camp again to mention Matt Reynolds, with Barbell Logic. Mm-hmm. He did a lift camp at his house, and we had men from 2 different churches come together, and just the sense of brotherhood that was there was great. I mean, everybody had a great time. Everybody was encouraging and shouting one another on as we're, some guys set PRs that day, and it was just an awesome thing. Guys were just encouraged and motivated, and then we followed it up with eating a bunch of grilled meat, drinking some beer, and it was a good day.
Do you see that video going around Twitter? I think it happens once a year, different versions of it, where it's this young guy with his high school buddies in the high school gym, maybe a football team, just deadlifting or doing a clean and jerk or something like that. And they're all screaming for each other. It's like, where's that? How do can I sign up for that gym? Right.
Yeah. I saw that video just a couple of weeks ago, I think. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, is like that kind of encouragement and motivation and brotherhood. It's palpable.
Yeah. While everyone else is kind of worried about, girls in the yoga pants and the skimpy outfits dressing up at their Globo gym. It's like, I don't want that gym. I want to go to the gym full of men screaming to put the weight up.
Yeah. That's right.
So obviously, like with Matt there and with a couple churches together, you're really putting together, the lifting, and then you've got the fellowship after, and then kind of paint the picture about how Christ comes into that, about how Scripture comes into that, how the fellowship shows up. Because I think that as I just articulate what that picture looks like, it's like, that's something that I think I might actually like to create, like here in Phoenix.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, we really see all that we do. I could take it from Doug Wilson or everybody else that says it, that it's all of Christ for all of life. And so we are seeking to do everything that we do within community, within our families, within our churches and our society, our culture around us, to build into that, to build into Christian community, be it in business or be it in, fellowship between churches. And so we do a lot of things really intentionally. We are seeking to build businesses and Christian institutions. Our church has what we call convivial, which is the third Friday of every month, where we just get together. Convivial is a fondness of food, drink, and fellowship, I think. And so that's what we do. We just get together and we just eat and we drink and we have good conversation and we laugh and we invite people of all walks of life to come and take part. Like there's no pitch, there's no sell, there's nothing. It's just come. And of course the conversations always come. The questions always come of like, who are you guys? What are you doing? I mean, usually there's a point of connection. Like we've had plenty of people who aren't Christians come and be a part of that and just enjoy it and ask questions. And so, and then teaching our people how to do the same out in their lives. We're doing conferences. We're seeking to do all sorts of things together to the best of our ability, all to the glory of God, and just trying to plant that inside the heart and mind of every person so that it can be duplicated. We don't really want our efforts to be one of addition, but rather multiplication, so that everybody else can come and experience and get a taste of that, and then learn to do the same, and then go out and do the same, and then just continue to cast that net out really wide.
That's really beautiful. I think that's what a lot of people are really starving for, Christian or not. And not just, I like what you said, it's not just about addition, but it's about multiplication. I think that's the feeling that many of us, men or women, and certainly I could say I've been looking for it my whole life, this feeling of, and the word that I like to use is generative, right? It's generative, like 1 + 1 = 3, something new is created. And I think many people are starving for a community, a church, a family, a club, a men's group, whatever it is, to be truly generative, where the output is more than the sum of its parts, to feel like that they're part of something, because I think society takes so much from us. It takes so much now that we're looking for something generative and creative in response.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think that every person in the world essentially wants the same thing, and that's to belong to something or someone, to want to have a community or a family or a brotherhood or a sisterhood. And so, man, what greater opportunity do we need than that as the church, to extend that to people and to bring them in, to invite them in to come and participate in that. Of course, along the way, discipling them and speaking the truth of the gospel into their life to bring about necessary and God-honoring change in their life. It isn't just, hey, come as you are and stay as you are and become a part of us. No, there is a standard, and it's God's standard. And so we want you to come and be a part of it. You don't absolutely have to change or clean up before you come. Just come, but know that, we've got a standard that's been put forth, and like, that's the bar. That's what you have to reach, and it's attainable because you have, you have the work of the Spirit of God involved in that community, and hopefully, Lord willing, in His mercy in that person's life as well. So
can we talk a little bit about, you mentioned a little bit of it, like when you were in the fitness world, you walked away from the church a little bit and come back, and now you're a pastor. Can you talk a little bit about your faith journey, maybe from your upbringing kind of up to today? Because I have a bunch of questions about masculine community building from what you just said, but I want to know a little bit about your own path, because I think what you're doing is really important, and sort of help me put some of the pieces together.
Yeah, sure. So I grew up in a pretty nominally Christian home. My parents were divorced when I was young, and I was raised primarily by my mother, and then later my mother and my stepfather. And so Christian involvement, or church involvement rather, was pretty sparse early on. And I had the gospel shared with me by my mom when I was around 11, 12 years old. And like I said, we were pretty sporadically involved in church. And so she did a well enough job that I believed, I was familiar with the terminology. I knew that, I think I would have said that I believed that God was real, and that Christ was the Son of God and the Savior of the world, and that hell was real, and I knew I didn't want to go there. And that was really essentially all I knew. And I felt like at the time that was enough. And so I grew up in a Southern Baptist church, when I was there. It was a Southern Baptist church. And, so I, just as soon as I could, I walked the aisle and I prayed the prayer. And shortly after, I was baptized. And then I wasn't discipled at all. And I just fell back into just the same old stuff, same patterns, and a lot of people would say, well, like, at 12 years old, like, how bad could it have been? What were you doing? I mean, I was boosting stuff from the store all the time. And so I just went right back to that. I mean, it could have been candy. It could have been a soda. It could have been cigarettes. Just go back to boosting stuff. And, and it wasn't until a few years later, we had a pastor come to the church. I was getting much more involved. And some of that was because of a girl that I'm married to today. But yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So but he was really influential in my life in teaching me and showing me the truth of the gospel in a just really new and fresh way that I wanted it. And so I got much more involved in church for the right reasons. And at age 16, sensed a pull, an urging, a calling, whatever title you want to put on it, towards ministry, towards vocational ministry, towards preaching specifically. I had begun to get a couple of opportunities within the church to do that at an early age. I'm sure I was terrible at it, and but everybody starts somewhere. And so, anyways, just to move past that, yeah, I did. And so became much more intentional in my discipleship and desiring to grow in the Lord and in His holiness. Went on to a Southern Baptist university and got the degree in Christian ministry and biblical studies. Was married after my first semester of college to my high school sweetheart. And so we've been married 23 years now. And
God, hallelujah.
Yeah. So God's been really good and has shown a lot of favor to me in that regard. And so have served in various capacities within the church, parachurch organizations, youth ministry, associate pastor, those types of things. And actually, when I stepped away from the church, it was while I was serving in the church. And, just won't get into all of that, but it was just a series of events that occurred that I failed at. I just failed to respond in the way that the Lord would have had me to. And as a result, I just dove headlong into sin. Wasn't serving in the church. We weren't attending church. I wasn't leading my family well. I was definitely failing as a man of God to lead as a husband and as a father. And that's when I really got into fitness and neglected my family as a result. And to hear my wife talk about this is, it's oftentimes for me, it's a hard thing to hear, but it's an encouraging thing to hear because she can see the journey differently than I do, just in terms of where I was and then where I got to and then where the Lord has brought me to today. And so anyways, on the way out of that journey, kind of that return to the Lord, the prodigal son almost, returning to the Lord was really where much of my theology began to change. I was already Calvinistic in my soteriology, and I was very much leaning into Reformed theology, but I wouldn't have called myself Reformed just yet. And so all of the things that have come with that in terms of biblical patriarchy and godly masculinity, those things really weren't fully formed in my mind yet. And so a lot of that building in my own mind and then the outworking of that has come as a result of my own experiences, my own mistakes, seeing good examples of it out there and wanting to emulate that. And, that's stuff that's been put forth by, Michael Foster and even Doug Wilson and others. And, I can look back and I can attribute, certainly some of my failings in that as a man, as not having a really strong and masculine fatherly role model in my life. I've asked my wife oftentimes is, how is it, as simply as I can say it, like, how is it that I've gotten to where I am now, doing the things, thinking the things that I do now, because even that pastor that I had growing up, he was great, but he wasn't really teaching me truly how to be a masculine man of God. I don't know that I would use those kind of words to describe him. he just loved the Lord, and he loved the scriptures, and he loved the church, and he put those, he helped instill those things in me. But so that's probably pretty spotty, but that's kind of a buckshot version of my story.
That makes a lot of sense. And I think it's, thank you, by the way, because I feel the journey through what you're saying. And one of the things that I've observed coming into the church after having been so lost for so many years, is that when I meet people who have grown up in the church, there's an aspect of it that they can't relate to, and blessedly so. But to go on a walk and to leave and then to come back gives you the ability to relate to people who have been lost in a particular way, I'd imagine, because that is like, no, I've been out there in the world. Because a lot of people, I think they grow up very, very sheltered by the church, and that's a blessed thing. And that's not something that I criticize. And at the same time, it's like when I try to relate to people I meet like that, like, you got no idea how bad it is out there. I'm stumbling in from the war, and that helps me understand a lot of the themes that I pick up, in our other conversations and the things that you do. It's like there's a grief there, but I think it's a grief that opens a doorway to the experience of being human. That's really important to open, particularly for men.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think that I would have had as much success as I have had in doing the thing, in leading my family and leading my wife, and also in leading other men, especially. I mean, this is Wednesday, Monday morning, 2 days ago, I met with one of the guys in my church, and was just talking through some of these types of scenarios, these types of things with him. And much of what I was drawing from was my own experience. And some of those experiences have come from learning the hard lessons of doing it wrong previously. But then also it includes, learning how to do it right and how to do it well. And that was in relation to, interacting with and leading your own wife, and how, there is a technically a right way to do it, and there's a good way to do it, and so you can be right in the thing that you said, but it isn't really good in the sense of it being all that helpful. And so I've learned over the years, man, I used to just scoff at people who are older than me, just thinking like, you're so silly. There's just like, you don't understand. And man, the older I get, the more things I realize I need to go back and apologize for. And maybe I didn't have it all figured out. And time is a great teacher. And so especially when you're seeking to live a life committed to the Lord, and you're able to stay humble in that and learn from your own mistakes and try to lead others in it. So, I guess one thing I would also add to that really quickly is, I say this to our people in our church all the time, is that, my wife and I haven't done, of course, like everyone else, we haven't done all the things right. We wish that we could have done things differently, but we know now that we can. And some of that is in regards to like how many children we have, and certainly decisions, life-altering decisions that we made. And the thing that we've noticed, she and I, and we communicate to our church, is that we wish we would have had somebody older speaking into our lives, and we didn't. Certainly we had older people in our church around us, but nobody was actively engaged in entering into our lives to say like, hey, you should have more children, or something to that effect. And so, so we seek to be that which we didn't have for other people today. We want to try to help the younger people, because our church is made up of mostly younger families. And so I want to be for them what we didn't have. And so, life lessons have come into play really heavily. And, so my interactions with men, my wife's interactions with the women in the church, just in terms of leading them towards a fuller understanding of biblical masculinity, biblical femininity, the outworkings of those things. Yeah, we've we desire to do that, and we've learned a lot from mistakes along the way.
You just said something that I think is going to sit with me for a very long time. And yes, I completely understand making mistakes. I might have made one or two. Sure. And having to make, and definitely there's a component of making mistakes and allowing God to make the best of our mistakes, which he does so wonderfully. And I definitely want to get into that. But before I go there, you said something really important. There's something that's technically right, but that isn't necessarily good. And that's really important because, one of the things that's happening in the dialogue around masculinity, particularly on Twitter and Instagram, Twitter and YouTube, also on Instagram, but is that there's a way in which the dialogue about masculinity gets super autistic. And I mean that in almost a literal sense, not a colloquial sense, where it's like, bro, like you leaned in on the photo with your wife, not going to make it. Such a beta, bro. Did you smile, bro? You're showing teeth and you're smiling. Yeah. Bro, like, did you have an emotion? Oh, not going to make it. So such a soy boy. And it's like, that's masculine legalism. Like you can technically do it right, but like I'm the Terminator. That's the new masculine archetype, is the Terminator. We've moved beyond Patrick Bateman, and now it's like I have no emotions. I have a skeleton of iron. I'm ripped, and I don't have any humanity to me. It's like, okay, maybe you're doing it technically right, but it's not good. And I think that's the language that I think a lot of men who are looking for a renewed vision of masculinity, certainly I'm looking for, is to say like, okay, I see the rules, like I get it, but there's no heart in them. They're not good. And so I don't know. I wonder if you can just expound on that for a minute, because I'm going to be thinking about that for the rest of the day, actually.
Yeah, certainly. There have been, countless opportunities for me in 23 years of marriage to try to lead my wife, to speak into my wife's life, into our marriage. And, like I said, say technically the right thing, like, this misstep is happening because of this, or, there are times that I have, and I still do, that I have the need to correct my wife. And likewise, she can correct me, and she does. And I receive that. But, there's a way in which it ought to be done. And like, this just comes from time and testing, man. Like, honestly, for me, I'm a super black and white guy. And it's, of course, like most men, I see a problem and I just want to fix it. And so I see the problem and I just, I dive right in, and well, you just need to do this, and you need to do this. You can stop doing that. And maybe that's not at all what she needed to hear in that moment. Maybe it's just as simple as, man, and it took me time to learn this, and it's something that I practice now. Like, I hear you. You're right. That's tough. And I hate that this is what's happening. What do you need from me? Rather than just like, well, if you just stop doing this and start doing that, then you wouldn't have to feel the way that you feel right now. It's almost just like, you might as well say, and this is just where like the manosphere and like the stuff you were just talking about, is just, we get it wrong. It's just like, men and women are built differently. And so ultimately, if I just come like bursting into this problem that she has, just seeking to fix it and not focus on her, then honestly, we shouldn't be surprised if and when it gets understood or heard as like, you're just so stupid. Why are you even doing, like, just do this. And just absolutely dehumanizing your wife, and belittling her. And like, those are accusations that I've heard. Like, I've heard my wife say, like, you make me feel an inch tall sometimes by the way that you speak to me. And man, I got to decide what to do with that. I'm like, well, maybe you should just be stronger, or like, hey, maybe I just should be more loving and patient and kind and gentle. And maybe I should lead my wife as though, I don't know, Paul tells us that we ought to as men, as Christ loves the church. And so sometimes, man, it's just approaching the situation differently. And then oftentimes you can follow that up with a word of truth. Now, all that being said, there are times, and my wife would attest to this, like I have said, like, you're just wrong. Like you're in sin right now, and you should stop doing that thing because of reasons X, Y, Z. And again, like that isn't me just lording over her. She can say those things to me too, and I ought to receive them, and I do. But like, it's just being able to know, when to apply, if this isn't too silly of an analogy, like when to apply the right medicine at the right time. Like maybe both of them are useful, but maybe only one of them is best right now. And so maybe that's a gentle hand and just listening. And, there's times I've done that, and my wife has just responded with later, like, I just appreciate you being present and listening. And so that's not weak. That's not beta. That's being really mindful and attentive to my wife and leading her in the way that she needed in that moment. So maybe, like I said, it could be just being gentle and listening, being available, or it can be correction. It can be, fixing the problem that she's presented, and vice versa. I want to be careful not to make it sound like I'm saying this is just something that men do towards women.
Well, that's really important, because at least the way that I grew up and what I absorbed from my culture was that women can never do anything wrong to men, and anything a woman does wrong to a man, he probably deserved.
Yeah,
like that took me a long time to find that belief, and I think the way that the dialogue, and I think there are places within the church that have absorbed some of that as well. In fact, I know that there are, and that dialogue is starting to shift a little bit to a place of balance where it's like, no, we're in this together, and women sin and men sin, and they sin against each other, and they do things to each other that they don't deserve, and they repent and all that stuff. Like, it's a balance. So there is a component of grace that men and women have to show to each other and to themselves. And that really matters. And I think that there are very few interpersonal problems that can't be solved by one person doing the heavy lifting of simply just listening in the right way. Not like let me dump on you listening, but in like no, I'm really going to be present with you, and I'm really going to listen. I think many problems between men and women can be solved just by listening in the right way. That's my experience anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly right.
And I really like I'm in Allison Armstrong's Smart Singles Intensive program right now, and which is like a masterclass in everything Allison Armstrong. And she's become a good friend over the past couple of years. And I'm taking her course. I'm watching her course, Understanding Women, and it's brilliant because I recommend it because it talks about the differences between men's psychology and women's psychology, and how men have the psychology of hunters, right? Very, very object oriented focused, and women have the psychology of gatherers, very awareness oriented, and how those two run into conflict with each other. And as she's taking apart all these interpersonal problems, it's like, yeah, I can totally, and everyone's laughing in the audience because they all see it reflected back. Like, men and women really are truly built very differently, but in this glorious complementary way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think, maybe unbeknownst to ourselves, we just oftentimes we don't operate that way. We project onto other people the way that we think that things ought to be thought and felt and perceived. And it, like I said, it took me a good many years of early marriage to figure that out, that, enough times of feeling like, what is going on? Like, why does this continue to occur? Like, what am I not doing right? What am I not communicating well enough? That, and thinking that it just wasn't being received well enough. Then it occurred to me, I'm like, oh, well, maybe it's not being communicated in the right way. Maybe the problem isn't only or just my wife. Maybe the problem is me, and it was. And so,
right.
Yeah, learning to when to take a knee, when to follow my sword, when, like, this just isn't worth, like, it isn't worth proving that I'm right or whatever the case may be. Is just like, man, I want the absolute best for my wife. I want to protect her. I want to lead her. I want to to shepherd and nurture her well. And so that at times that just means, I think the most masculine thing that you can do is just, take, if you're having a disagreement, take a knee and just lose. And then don't tell her that, don't tell her that that's what you did. Just do it.
Right. Yeah, no. I'm taking one for the team on this one, babe.
Yeah. I just want you to know that I'm going to bow out of this argument and let you think that you're right, even though that you're not. Don't do that. Maybe don't
do that. Well, no, I mean, I like this because, again, with the masculine legalism, right, where you have all these, and look, I understand why guys are anonymous on the internet. I get it. And I get that not everyone's life is set up to be outspoken on issues of sexuality and gender and all that stuff. I get it. And at the same time, you have these guys who have no level of accountability talking about the ways to lead a family. It's like, bro, what do you even look like? Can I see a photo of you with your family? Show me a photo of you with your family smiling, and then maybe I'll listen. No, you have to lead your woman. It's there's a level of, no, we have to do not just what was right, but what is good. And that's everything that we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
So do you see, you said you have a lot of young families in your church. I imagine that you have a lot of people coming who come from similar backgrounds to you, or maybe the widespread American phenomenon of father hunger, of father famine, as I call it now. Looking to rebuild something that they feel in their hearts but have never really experienced.
Yeah, I think the majority of our people, I think their background in that regard is a little bit different than mine. They all, I think, well, with the exception of a couple I can think of, come from intact homes and have good relationships with their dads. And I have a good relationship with my dad now. It took some time to get there, but I think that even in those good and healthy relationships that the other men in our church have with their fathers, there was still, I don't know. I've never really thought about how I would communicate this, but there weren't necessarily bad examples put forth, but there weren't all of the best or right or even necessary examples put forth. And so, within our church, we hold a biblical patriarchy. And so, much of what I'm implying falls within that, in terms of there being a very specific framework that men and women are to operate within. And so, the majority of our people didn't come from that kind of a mindset, in terms of things that men weren't built for, things that women weren't built for, in terms of workforce or being in the home and nurturing and leading and discipline. And it was a much more, I guess, what people would call today a more kind of soft complementarian, certainly to fall in all the way over into the other ditch, egalitarian. But I think our folks come from most of those types of environments where it was just they weren't thinking about those things. They weren't talking about those things. And as a result, you're not actively seeking to apply and live those things out in your everyday life. And so as we seek to do that, it obviously lends to a lifestyle that's very, in certain respects, it's a lifestyle that's very different from the one that they were brought up in, the one was modeled before them. And pretty much everybody is really receptive to that. I think, we don't get in a hurry with that for people that we're kind of, we're tearing down old structures and putting up new ones, the paradigm shift that kind of takes place in their mind, in terms of as a wife, I should desire and seek to be a mother, and I should should desire and seek to be home and manage the home, and like those types of things. That I think are natural outworkings of viewing the role of biblical manhood and womanhood. So that's what we seek to do, and people are really receptive to it.
I imagine you've gotten to see quite a few families change their trajectory, change the way that they live, change the way that they think about these problems. What's that like? I'm so interested, because this is everything that I talk about and everything that I'm going through in my own life. And I see the people around me, some blessedly so, really transforming lifelong attitudes. But I imagine from the position of pastoral ministry and counseling, it must be incredibly inspiring to see at times.
Yeah, we've got one family in particular. They were with us in the previous church that I was serving as an elder in. And so I started discipling him. Man, it's been probably, I don't even know, probably going on 4 years ago. And I think he would agree and be okay with me, like saying that in the beginning he was tough. It was like he had a lot to learn and a lot to grow in and change. And, so really just kind of pulling him out of his shell, so to speak. I mean, it was hard just to get him to even speak. And now, he leads discussions in guys' night that we have, like on a Friday night when the men of the church get together. He'll throw out a question or lead discussion. So, he's learned to grow into those things. But the reason I bring him up is that they were, he and his wife were relatively newly married when we started, and they didn't really have plans anytime in the near future to have kids. They knew they were going to, but yeah, as I started to introduce him to these things, in terms of how children are, a gift from the Lord, and that we ought to seek to be fruitful and bring forth children into this world, and teach and train them, raise them up in the fear and admonition of the Lord, and so many other things that can come with that conversation, that we ought to actively seek to be having children. And so naturally, I think, it could lead us down a rabbit trail, but like that would lead me to say, like, I think what has almost become an epidemic within the church is just like, the idea of the gift or calling of singleness, or the gift or calling of not having children, and just maybe getting married. So I was pushing back on that type of thinking, and they just totally course corrected along the way. And what is it? About a little over maybe 2 months ago, they just had their second child, and are just, and the wife's home and she's managing the household, and, so they made really drastic changes in their life along the way. And they weren't things that I was telling them to do. It's just really just kind of placing the idea in front of them, the biblical truth in front of them, and then letting them run with it. And it's been a joy to see that. I could say that that's been true of more than one family in our church. And, it's contributed to a different and better understanding and practice of modesty. The attire for both men and women in our church has changed, whether it's on Sunday morning or, just any day of the week. And I haven't set forth a specific standard or a checklist of, ladies, you should dress like this, and men, you should dress like that. It's just something that has just come along the way as we seek to understand and apply what it means to be a man of God or a woman of God, and what it means, then kind of to drill that down further. What does that mean to be a husband or a wife, or a father or a mother? And there have been countless little changes along the way, or improvements maybe is a better word, along the way in people's lives and my own, as we seek to understand these things and apply them in our own lives, in our own church community.
So you're actually witnessing It sounds like you're witnessing a little bit of some of the things that I'm seeing, which is like a real regeneration within people. Like this is the thing that surprised me the most about being Christian is that, I spent many years in the New Age and I've talked a lot about that. And in the New Age, there's a lot of practices that you have to do to create marginal improvement. They do work. And I would have sung their praises until I actually became Christian and started experiencing what sanctification and regeneration is. And it's like, this is completely different and 1,000 times better. And I see it in my own life, and I see it in the friends that I go to church with, who I'm close with. And it sounds like it's happening almost it's happening on its, not on its own necessarily in that way, but it's on its own. It's happening right in front of you as well.
Yeah, certainly. I think as we just, we are a church that, or Reformed Baptist Church, we take the Word of God very seriously. We take holiness very seriously, pursuing that. And so we aren't interested in seeing how reformed we can be just for the sake of being reformed. And, for all the Presby brothers out there that we want to say that we're not reformed because we're Baptist, whatever, that's fine. I don't care.
So it's a whole thing. Yeah.
But yeah, like I've told our people, like if we're not pursuing holiness, if we aren't seeking to kill sin in our life, if we aren't desiring to build into a greater sense of biblical community and bringing other people along with us along the way, then like I don't really care what your position on head coverings is. I don't really care if you think that we should be exclusive psalmody or if we can sing hymns. I don't care. And so we take the Word of God extremely seriously in terms of applying it to our life. And so, it's like the guys that I disciple, we go through Scripture, but one of the books that I'm almost always insistent that we read is Holiness by J.C. Ryle, because man, it cuts to the quick. It just gets right down to it in terms of like, if you aren't, and man, Ryle, he's so good with words and like sometimes he can just be really short and concise and just like, just like get you right in the gut with something. And then other times it's just like, it's long and it's elaborate and it's beautiful and painting a picture of holiness. And, what does it mean to have assurance? And, what does it mean to have doubts? And just the language that he uses, it's really timeless in terms of what the journey towards holiness looks like. And so that's what I'm interested in. And I think that is what truly contributes to this regenerative change, this sanctification that's taking place in the lives of our folks. Because again, like I said, I'm not asking people to do these things. We have ladies that wear head coverings, but it's not something that I've instructed them to do. And then we have others that don't. And so, and I bring that up to say like, that's, those are things that are still happening, but, ultimately, what does it look like to apply the Word of God to your soul in terms of growing in holiness and, putting off the old self, as Paul says in Ephesians, and putting on Christ and making the necessary sacrifices along the way. That has been what I think has contributed the most towards the men and women making these kind of changes in our church.
There's a component here of, I think one of the things I've been reflecting on lately is the difference between high church versus low church. Mm-hmm. And this was a distinction that I heard not too long ago, where it's like I think one of the things that draws men and women to Eastern Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism is that it's like high church, right? Church with a capital C, cathedrals and ornate and, very formalized liturgy and paintings and all the different iconography, right? Let's put it that way. And there's a component of that. And then compared to some churches, and we won't go into the woke apostate kind of rock concert churches, because I don't know, those are churches in the most loose sense. But you think of like a lot of the Reformed churches that have a more low kind of approach to them, more accessible, come as you are, kind of casual. And I see the value and I see the benefit of both, but there's a component of like the high church reaches too far and sort of lifts up off the ground. And then the low church is too close to the ground, so that doesn't lacks any of the high. And so I think what I'm kind of experiencing in my own life is wanting a little bit more formality, but not losing a little bit slightly higher church, but not losing the groundedness to reflect the holiness. Like if you're going into church on Sunday, showing up with the right attitude, showing up with the right clothes, showing up with the right feeling of true worship is important, but you don't want it to become so formalized that you lose touch with the humanity of it, I guess, which happens. So it sounds to me like that's kind of happening naturally in your community a little bit, and it's kind of in its own way.
Yeah. I mean, I think you hit it perfectly, somewhere in between those two, I guess, if you want to call it mid-church, but it's kind of mid. We're our services, are liturgical. We follow an order of service that's very intentional, and it certainly includes aspects that you would see, really kind of magnified in a high church setting. I mean, we make much to do about communion, and we observe that every Sunday. Mm-hmm. And we have a corporate prayer of confession followed by an assurance of pardon from the scriptures, and then we take the supper, and then we move into the preaching, which is different from what most churches do. And so that we can then feed upon the word of God spiritually, knowing that we have confessed our sins, and we have been assured of our pardon, and we have spiritually taken of Christ in the bread and the wine. And so, and we have, we do some of the formal things where we do responsive readings, and we put forth a confession of what we believe, and we draw that usually from the 1689 London Baptist. We do all those things together. We start and we end the service the same way. So yes, there's a good deal of structure and formality in what we do, but yeah, it isn't to lift us up off of the ground, as you say. It's because, again, we take those things, the word of God, the gathering of the saints, the preaching of the scriptures, the observance of communion or sacrament, whatever you would want to call it. We take those things so very seriously. And also in the belief that even in our attire, what we wear, it isn't a requirement for you to come in. But people have just made those changes on their own because of the belief of, I believe that this thing that we are doing is serious and it's sacred, and I want to give my best to the Lord. The argument of people like, oh, well, God doesn't care about what you wear. He just cares about what is in your heart. And I would say, yeah, you're absolutely right. He does care about what's in your heart. But should what's inside your heart not affect what is on the outside of your body? If you can give more, not as a means of a personal work. Like we aren't, it's not works-based salvation. It's not, we aren't earning God's favor because, we put on a suit or a nice dress. It's just like, I have this, I can do this. And man, even like, there's an article that, goodness, who was it? Zachary Garris put out, in regards to attire in the church. And he puts forth some really good arguments, and that I was already doing these things. But when I heard, him talking about considering, like, what do we wear to weddings or to a job interview or all of these other things that we want to present ourselves well, but for whatever reason, we come to the point where we don't think that we ought to do that in the gathering of saints on the Lord's Day when we offer worship to God.
One of the things I think about a lot, and maybe this plays into it, is that sort of the culturally agreed upon uniform that Americans wear is blue jeans. Now, blue jeans come from They became popularized during the 1869 gold rush. They were work pants. They're labor pants. They're not formal. They're not dressed. They're robust. And there's a way in which Americans like to present themselves, no matter which social caste that they come from, as very much working class. And we're very comfortable in that kind of presentation, regardless of whether that's you or not. And I'm not meaning this in any sort of class judgment sense. It's just the way that Americans kind of like the way that we like to present ourselves, and the way that Europeans, for example, don't. Europeans are much more comfortable with other kinds of fabric and dress. You go to H&M and you don't see so many jeans at H&M. You see more other kinds of fabrics. The names escape me, but there's a way in which you try and take Americans, particularly American men, out of their blue jeans, even if they're nice jeans, and you put them into something a little nicer. And it's like, there's a discomfort of like, well, who am I outside of my blue jeans? Right? Am I being authentic? Am I really myself? Yeah. Am I really still an American if I'm wearing slacks? Like, yes, you are. It's okay.
Yeah. Like I said,
I'm guilty of that too, but I'm wearing jeans right now. So like, this is not like I'm sitting here in a suit.
Yeah. Well, clearly I'm not either, but I guess, to kind of draw the conversation back to kind of where the question started is that, I have seen a number of different changes and growth in the lives of our people, simply because we take holiness very seriously. And of course, I hope it would go without saying, but I'm going to say it anyways. Like, wearing nice clothes on Sunday morning to church does not equate to holiness, but it doesn't mean that it is absolutely absent of a pursuit of holiness. You aren't holy because you put on a suit, but maybe you put on a suit because you're desiring to pursue holiness and you want to come before the Lord with your best. And, of course I know all of the arguments of just, culture and context and those types of things. And that's another conversation. But the point being is that I've seen a lot of different changes in the lives of our people because of our desire to pursue holiness and to take the Word of God very seriously. And that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where the women's modesty conversation, where the heart of it is, and the head coverings, like all these discussions. And with everything amplified and accelerated with social media, I understand how people lose sight of this very quickly. But the way that I see it is, as people are coming to understand, if you're truly pursuing holiness, if you're truly being sanctified, if you're truly experiencing regeneration, that changes the way that you express yourself in all the senses of that word, of which your clothing is an expression. As Tanner Guzzi says, your clothing is an expression of your values, right? Whether you know it or not, whether you like it or not. And there's a way in which, of course, Eric Kahn was talking how that's shown up at his church at Refuge in Ogden, where it's like women are like, yeah, I feel really convicted about the level of my modesty. Like, he told a very moving story about a woman throwing out 20 pairs of yoga pants and her husband buying, a bunch of dresses. And that is an organic, natural expression of her own inward transformation. I've become increasingly convicted about swearing for myself, because I didn't used to have any things about swearing. And over the past 2-3 years, I felt like I'm not comfortable with that. There's a time and place for serrated edge, and I get that. But just for my own self, it's like, I'm not comfortable saying that anymore. I found myself apologizing, and it's transforming the way that I express myself. And it sounds like it's showing up there in your church community as well. And I think it's such a beautiful thing to be witnessing right now. It almost feels like a privilege to be seeing this transformation in the minds and hearts and bodies of believers.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't really thought of it so much in terms of a privilege, but I would agree. I think that it's definitely an encouragement. It's definitely something that helps motivate kind of to stay the course, keep doing the hard work. As a pastor, oftentimes you come to this place of just wondering how much is taking root in the hearts of your people, when you're probably desirous of seeing certain responses or an outworking of things in a person's life, and you don't see it, it's easy to get a little bit discouraged and just to think, what am I doing, or what am I not doing? And so, yeah, certainly when you see those things, when again, like I'm not calling people specifically to these things. It's just things that are just naturally taking place by the work of the Spirit of God in people's lives. It is definitely encouraging. I would definitely consider it a privilege and an honor to be able to help lead in that and to be a part of that. And then to hopefully just continue to lean into that and to go back to what I said earlier is like to then just like spread that out, cast that net out further and wider, encompassing more and more people, because we are not everyone in our church is post-mill, but we're mostly post-mill. I'm post-mill, and I pastor the church, and so like we believe we're playing the long game and we're going to win. And maybe I won't see that in my lifetime in terms of like the net effect or the outworking of all of these things that we're seeking to do right now. But I'm confident that the efforts that we're putting forth are going to be, they're going to bring forth a harvest, that the Lord will do a great and mighty work for His glory in that. And, as we seek to cast the net out wide and include more people in that those efforts will be multiplied, and we'll see more and more change in the hearts and minds of people, just repenting of sin and desiring to be holy and just loving the church and seeking to lead out in their lives, in their communities, in their households, in their churches, all of the various walks of life and spheres of sovereignty that they have.
Can you talk a little bit about, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
So can you talk a little bit about, most people will go through, especially Christians, will go through their lives being shepherded and will have very limited experience of what it means to shepherd. And so now you found yourself in this place and again, you have the degree and you've been an elder at a church before, and now you find yourself as a shepherd of people, of a church full of people at this really, it feels like it's more than feels like. I think it is a crucial moment in American history, perhaps world history, perhaps even the history of Christendom. So you've suddenly, with all the roads that you've walked and the man you've been and the journey that you've been on through all these different things, you find yourself as a shepherd at this moment. Can you invite the listeners into that experience? And I guess, like, what is it to shepherd people in this moment when it seems that so much is on fire, and yet you're creating this opportunity for people to experience not that?
Yeah. I came across a quote from Paul Washer probably 6-8 months ago, and in typical Paul Washer form, it was a punch to the gut. And he said that, oh goodness, let's see if I don't mess this up. You all, as a pastor, as a shepherd, you only love your church as much as you love your most stubborn, non-growing member. And when I heard that, a specific person came to mind. And I realized if that statement's true, and I thought it was, then I'm not loving my church very well right now. And and so for me, it was a moment of realization. Because, man, I think about, like, Christ being our shepherd, our high priest, man, like even if it's just in consideration of me and how he deals with me, like it's got to be it's got to be tough, and just in terms of my stubbornness and my rebellion and my mistakes, and yet how he continues to love and lead and shepherd. And so, anyways, I took that, and I realized that, man, I want to love and lead these people well, and I want to give of myself to them and leading them to greater understanding, greater application of the scriptures in their lives. And so, putting aside all of the things that would cause me otherwise to think, and this person just isn't very lovable. This person isn't all that likable. I'm sure those things are true of me. Like, for some people, I'm generally pretty direct in my speech. And, as a joke, I tell people that sarcasm is my love language. And so not everybody deals with that well. I want to like preface it with like that it's a joke so that everybody knows, but because man, my experience has been that not everybody responds well to that. Not everybody
now gets it.
It's perfect. I put myself forward as someone that's very confident, and that has been a source of intimidation for some people, specifically women. And these are things that I've heard. It's not things that I'm projecting or thinking about in myself. There's things that I've heard. And so, just like tweaking those things, like, and I think that's been a process of sanctification in me, that like there might be, there's a good and there's a right way to go about doing things. And so I can speak something that's truth, but it can be really harsh and direct and not very kind with a member of the church. And so I bring all those things up to say, like, I have changed the way that I interact with people, certainly, especially women in the church, but there's, I've changed the way that I interact with people as a means to shepherd and lead them well, certainly better than I have in the past. And, man, the older I get and the longer that I do this, the less I care about what people think about me in terms of primarily like, am I doing a good job? Am I doing the things right? Am I doing all the things that people want me to do? And instead, like, my focus is just, meeting people where they are, entering into their life. And as cliched as it sounds, like, doing life together, but like really just truly, genuinely entering into biblical community with one another, people's hurts, people's growing pains. Dealing with some people in our church now that are, working through a clearer understanding of doctrine of salvation, and being Calvinistic, and what am I to think about, the other soteriological views, what am I to think about Arminians? And so, like, just being really patient and entering in that with people, and being as humble as I can, dependent upon Christ. Because in the past, I've been a really prideful, arrogant person that, man, being in my early 20s in ministry, if I met that kid today, I'd punch that guy right in the mouth, I think, just because, so cocky, so arrogant, so full of himself, thought he knew everything. And like, everybody should just come to me for the answers. When instead again, let's pursue holiness. Let's see what the scriptures say. Let's apply those to our lives. Let's get our hands dirty. Let's do some heavy lifting together, and let's be really humble and gracious towards one another in that. And people have responded well to that I seek to just remove all the haughtiness in me of just like, it's really, the problem that you're having is really simple. And, if you were just more studious in the scriptures, this is really clear, you should come to it. He's like, no, just like, People in our church are struggling with biblical patriarchy. People in our church are struggling with Calvinism and with things that they're reading that call Arminianism a lesser heresy. Like, what do I do with that? And so, entering into that and shepherding people through that. There was a meme that I saw. It's not really a meme. It was a picture of, and maybe you've seen it. It's a sheepdog that had fought off a wolf, and it's all bloody, and the sheep are all around the dog, and one is in particular is kind of like, I guess, licking, is caring for this dog. And a buddy of mine posted it, and he said, pastors, take notes. Oh, I know that you saw this because you commented on it. And I said, that's right. Parishioners, take notes. And so I think both of those are true and necessary statements of just saying, I want to give my life for my church, for my people. And I want to fight off wolves when necessary. And, I want to speak a corrective word when necessary. I want to admonish and I want to do all of the things that are necessary for their growth in holiness and mine too. I'm along for the ride. I'm on the same journey. I'm growing. I'm making these types of corrections and changes in my life as well. And so it's certainly been, if I could say it like this, there's been a lot more success in my ministry, I guess, in taking this approach rather than just, brass tacks, truth, and no care or concern for the hearts of my people. And that was, because before I cared more about truth and being right than I cared about ministering to people, shepherding people. And, so I stopped caring about what people thought so much. And what I mean by that is the last church that I was in, I had to be pretty cautious of some of the things that I would say from the front because they would not be well received. And I don't have to be nearly as cautious in the church that I'm in now because everybody knows kind of what to expect. And not like I'm saying wildly outlandish things, but if I say that, if I make mention of something that has to do with, divine simplicity and God not being made up of parts, that he doesn't have emotions like we do, and he doesn't change his mind, that's well received in my church now. And so I just say it. In the last church, I had to be much more careful because we had people who were, brand new Christians or people who had been a Christian for a very long time, but they were still very much in their infancy of the faith. And they just, they couldn't, for whatever reason, they couldn't hear those words from me the way that I was saying it. So
how were they hearing them? This is a question for me because I'm not sure.
I was just stomping all over everything that they held dear, all of the really kind of what leads into just kind of all these perceptions and assumptions, and ultimately what leads to, just false perceptions of people within the Reformed camp, mostly, that we don't care about these near and dear doctrines of, just the idea that God would hate or oppose anybody is just, they can't even remotely begin to accept that as a possibility. God loves everybody, that everyone's a child of God. And so, when I put forth a doctrine that says that God is sovereign over salvation and that he isn't moved by emotion, which would suggest that a change occurred in him, well, then I just set fire to most of their inherited belief because, and like, that was my experience. I went to college with very much an inherited doctrine, an inherited faith. And then I got smacked in the face with all of these ideas that I thought were brand new, but come to find out they've been around for 500 plus years, 1,000 years, So, so that's a bit of a ramble just to say, like, I've sought to be much more mindful of where people are and to just to lovingly shepherd them in that and be less concerned about being right and much more concerned in the truth. Like, I don't need to win arguments anymore. I don't need to win the debate. I don't care if people are like, oh man, Brandon was right. Look how smart he is. No, I just want to know the truth. and I want us to be led by that truth. So if I'm wrong, fine. I'll accept that. I'll change. And if people are wrong, then I want them to accept that and change. And that's sanctification. That's growing in holiness.
Yeah, I think there's an aspect of when we find the truth, what do we use the truth for? Do we use it as a club to beat other people with, or do we use it as a lamp that we hold up for people to follow? And I coming from the New Age world, I remember when I first discovered the notion of God having wrath, because there's no idea in the New Age world that could be more anathema within that world than the idea that God has wrath. That is that would be that would be so far from that entire worldview. And when that really landed for me, it was a lot for me to take in. This would have been about 1.5 years ago, something like that. And I really had to sit with it, because it's a scary idea. It's terrifying that the creator of the universe could actually feel wrath. Like it lands in my heart in this point of terror. And I had to wrestle with it for a while to make myself comfortable. Like, no, this is reality. And if I say that I believe this, if I say that I'm a Christian, if I'm a baptized believer, then I have to make myself okay with the belief. It's not the right word. Like, I have to get into a place where, like, I can accept the truth of this and find the truth of it within myself and accommodate myself to God's word. Let's put it that way. And I did. But it was a real serious effort for a long time. That was around the same time as I discovered Doug Wilson. That was around the same time as I was taking membership classes for Apologia and getting introduced to the notions of Calvinism and what that was, like total depravity and limited atonement. I was like, wait, what? Like, aren't we all children of God? Like, and it's like, it was wrestling with all of these things all happening around the same time. But I guess I got there. And I found it so freeing and liberating. And then I came into the Reformed world and I see people beating each other over the head with various clubs of doctrine. It's like, guys, what are you doing? Stop.
Yeah.
But it's easy. It's easy for all of us as men to do that, men and women. And there's a lot of that. So it's not to say one or the other, but I get it.
Yeah. It's really not so different from the conversation that we had in regards to husbands and wives. I mean, there's,
yeah,
you can lead people in the church to truth. And, you can do that, as you said, like with various clubs of doctrine where you just, you seek to smash and drive this truth into someone's head. But, the way that you go about it, and this isn't everything. I mean, ultimately God's truth is the truth, but like, there isn't anything appealing to it. There isn't like, why would, like, if this is what this doctrine has led to in you, then, the thing that I'm seeing in you is not a desirable trait. Why would I want that in and of myself? And why would I be inclined to believe this? And it isn't about, as a pastor, like, I'm not seeking to be manipulative or deceitful and try to lead people to the truth just so that they can have the truth. Like, I want them to understand it. I want them to take hold of it with their own hands and for it to become real to them. I want it to become not just, dusty theology on a shelf like these books behind me, but a theology that they take and believe in and apply in their own lives. Like, when I came to understand something like divine simplicity, the fact that, that God isn't made up of parts and he doesn't change, it it altered in the best way possible. It altered the way that I pray. That, I'm seeking to enter into prayer to align my heart with the Lord's, to get in tune or in rhythm with his heart, to want what he wants to, so that's just one really quick example of just a theology applied is, such as that. Like, it changes the way I pray. Being post-mill changes what I do from day to day. It's, that's what I want people to have. I don't just want people that have a head full of knowledge, because then, again, we're just trying to be reformed for the sake of being reformed and shouting it from the rooftop so everybody knows. Again, I'm not interested in that.
Right. I found Reformed doctrine to be profoundly liberating.
Oh,
in the best way. But people don't have that experience. Like when people talk about Calvinists, like Doug Wilson talks about Chestertonian Calvinism, which he has a good laugh about because I guess G.K. Chesterton had some choice words about Calvinists, and so Doug makes some pretty funny comments about that. But the experience seems to be, when I say, I don't know that I'm Calvinist in terms of the church that I go to. It's not a Calvinist, capital, big capital C, but like when I tell people that their experience of people who are Calvinists is that they're severe and I guess angry and harsh, and I've never understood that. Because it's like, here's doctrine that I can, like, solid rock that I can lay down on and be supported by.
Yeah.
Which again, after spending 40 years swimming in the world of the New Age, was so refreshing to find, like, oh, here is the rock I can be on. And again, I guess some people like to use that rock to throw at others.
Yeah, man, it's because we're prideful. And now we have this newly attained knowledge that other people don't have. And whether we mean to or not, oftentimes the outworking of that is, man, look at this simpleton that doesn't know these things that, and I've even said to people in our church, in terms of because the guy that I told you about earlier, the younger guy that I was discipling, like, he didn't hold to doctrines of grace. He wasn't reformed. He ascribes to all of that now. But so now he's multiplying my efforts that I've put forth in discipling him, and he's seeking to do the same thing with other men. And I have told him, and I've told others in our church, is just like, hey, just remember when you present this, when you have these conversations with people, because I know that he shares them with me. Remember to be really patient and gentle. Like, always seek truth. Always desire truth, but remember that you ought to be gentle and you ought to be really gracious, because I think the way I put it towards him was like, you didn't know any of this stuff 2 minutes ago. Like, you were in the same spot, not literally 2 minutes ago, but you were in the same spot. You didn't know, and I could have just hit you over the head with it. And so, yeah, it's because knowledge puffs us up. It makes us prideful, and you got to get rid of that. You got to cut, you got to let the Holy Spirit cut that out of you. That's what I love about, Paul's language in Ephesians when he says to put off the old man, to put off the old self. The language is like, it's as if you're taking off old, worn out, useless clothing and you're throwing it in the burn pile. Like, get rid of it. It's no good anymore. It doesn't serve you in terms of your pursuit of holiness. Put on Christ. And so, you just look at the ways that Christ dealt with people in the scriptures, different times, he could have just, and I think, he did with the right people. He did with the Pharisees. He did with some other people, like, how is it you don't know these things? Or his own disciples, like, you've been with me all this time and you still don't know. But like, that was seldom. We don't see that a lot. He spoke truth, woman at the well, he spoke truth, but, he said it in a way that it made it receptive. And like, that's the thing, you even said it, like the Reformed tradition, Reformed theology, man, it's so freeing. It ought to be the most encouraging thing. We know that we've received so much abundant grace. We should seek to put forth that same level of grace and humility in dealing with other people.
I can see this really reflected in my life, because when I was, I've only ever belonged to one church, and that's Apologia. I've only ever attended two churches, and the other church I went to, I just went once. So I have very limited experience within the Christian church. I went into one of the best churches in America, and I've reflected on that. Like I feel like there was a lot of providence over me moving to Phoenix in the first place, and like, how did I end up here? So, but the way that I can relate to that is from within my experience in the New Age world. I remember when and I've talked about this a lot. What led me out of that world was a recognition that evil is real, and it can't be denied. It can't be denied as a trick of our subjective imagination, and not everything is one, because I don't think you can make the moral case that evil in the world is some sort of trick. And I could give examples of that, but we can all see it now. But I remember when I first had that realization, I was pretty rough with people about it. I was baffled how all these people just couldn't see it. Like, how can you not see this? And I can look at that, because that's the only frame of reference I really have to understand. But I don't think it's all that different to say, like, when you get a bit of knowledge, it can be really easy to turn that knowledge into a weapon rather than a tool to liberate. Now, that said, I used it to liberate myself. However, I probably could have been much more gentle in my confrontations with some of the people that were just showing up looking for all the things that we were there for, and used it as a way to invite them out. But I guess at that point, I didn't really know that there was a way out. So, but within my own context, I was definitely less gentle with those bits of knowledge than I could have been.
Yeah, for sure. Me too. I've had to learn over time. I've told people oftentimes that I had a lot of really sharp edges on me, a lot of really, really sharp corners that the Lord has just had to smooth down over time with the truth of his word. And man, like that being honest with yourself and doing a lot of self-reflection, using the scriptures as a mirror for your life. And, that's a hard place to get to, for people to want to willingly take a critical look at themselves and make those changes. And so oftentimes my experience has been, when you have other people, pastors, who are willing to enter into the fray with you and lead you through those things, including your own failures, your own experiences, your own hurts and heartache. Yeah, it lends oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes, to a much greater level of success and seeing growth and change occur in people's lives. It's slow. It's not, it's like our church we're not growing fast in terms of number, in terms of people coming, but
sure.
We're seeing heart change. We're seeing growth. We're seeing the natural outworking of, the word of God being planted in hearts and minds of people.
So this brings us back around to how it sort of went off on this journey is about masculine community building, because there's a way to build community as men where it can be very much like, I'm right, and this is the way that what I say goes, right? And I think that's very familiar or very handy. But there's a component of masculine community building today where it's like, I'm just a man, that I've made mistakes, that I'm my own human being, and I've learned lessons, and I have those lessons to impart. And I'm showing up as a friend said, with both a sword and a shepherd's staff, right? Like, it's both. Like, it's not, and there's a way in which you have to kind of lead as a man, heart first, but we live in this masculine dialogue where it's like, you have to be, the legalism is like, you must be impenetrable. And so we're navigating this way forward in this larger context dialogue of masculinity with this legalism. But what we're talking about right now is a very different form of male leadership.
Yeah. I think that it's a form of male leadership. It's a form of masculinity that is a little bit, going against the grain of the current, mantra of masculinity and culture, of just that men don't cry, men don't show emotion, men don't apologize, men, fill in the blank. It's just, you're strong, you're resilient, you're bulletproof, and in many respects, I would agree with that. I think like there are times where you don't allow your emotions to be put forward. You focus on the task at hand. That expressing your emotion in this time isn't going to contribute to the outcome that is needed. And so whether that's in work or in leading your family. And so, there's times and instances where that's the case, but, to think that we can just never, ever do that. I think that's foolish. And I think that's self-sabotaging, that if we're men to say like, I don't need friends, I just work and I've got my wife and I've got my kids. Like, no, we need brotherhood. We need, we need accountability. We need to be vulnerable. We need to open up with people. We need to be real with folks. And there's a time and a place. There's a certain context for those things to occur, and other times where they shouldn't. Rather than just this, this extreme form of masculinity that just never ever show any signs of weakness whatsoever. Man, I used to think that way. I used to do those things. Especially in my own marriage and in ministry, that I just, whatever I felt in terms of weakness, not measuring up, being depressed, whatever, I just push it down. And like lean into whatever the thing is and just keep driving forward. And in terms of my marriage, like I did that. And I didn't share things with my wife. I didn't open up about certain things because I didn't think that I could. Because I didn't think she, I thought that it would affect her in a negative way. And so like, just bury this stuff down, push forward until it all came crashing down. And when I walked away from the faith, and, she said that she didn't know if our marriage was going to make it. And it was in that time that I realized, in relation to her and in relation to other men, that, I don't have to be a tank all the time, that I can let some of those fears and anxieties and insecurities out with the right people that I can entrust them to, my wife at times, other men. And there's such value in that regardless of what any man is going to try to say in terms of like, I don't need other people. Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. Nobody is built or wired for, just a life of solitude, and like nobody has all of the tools they need. And no man has all of the tools that they need to be able to go through this life, just tackling everything that might be thrown at them. And so, just to be willing to recognize that. And some of that, especially within the manosphere, is just really not caring what other people think about you. Is like, you think that's weak, you think that's beta, you think that whatever. I don't care. I care what God thinks about me. I care what the people who are in my life think about me. The members of my church, my wife, my kids, my friends, the people who are in brotherhood with me. I'm not interested in just like putting on this display, this facade of look how strong I am, look how I can handle everything. So anyways, in that, don't know if you can hear. That's my dog barking. Hopefully you can't.
I think it's fine. Dogs are allowed.
All right. And honestly, man, like for men, I would want them to hear, like, there's something that's so freeing and so helpful in that, when you're willing to open up to other people, other men, and like, maybe without getting into the specifics of it, like, man, like you and I talked just a couple of weeks ago, and, in a moment where I was really struggling and I really needed to talk to somebody else. And, I shared my hurts and my struggles with you, and you heard them, and there was no shame. There was no guilt. There was no like, oh, Brandon, why don't you just man up and just deal with the thing? Like, there was no guilt on my part in sharing those things with you. Like, oh, I wonder what Will's going to think about me. Like, he's going to think that I'm not as much of a man as I want him to think. When instead, like, man, you were there. You heard the things that I had to say. You encouraged me. You prayed with me, and my spirits were lifted in the moment. The rest of the day was better as a result of it. I was able to get some work done. And this is just because none of us are fully equipped for all of the things all of the time. And that's okay to admit. And it's okay to admit that you need other people to help along the way. Certainly within manhood, within masculinity, guys need to come to a much better understanding and acceptance of that.
I agree. And I appreciated that you called me. I appreciated that you gave me the chance to be there with you in that moment and to work through those things and to talk about those things. Mm-hmm. It was a gift. It was a gift to me. And men we're weird in that, like, that seems to be the usual experience that, like, when we're given the opportunity to be there for somebody, we're always grateful for it. But we never want to put that on anybody else. Like, we're always grateful when people do it to us, but I could never do it to anyone else. And so it was a real gift to me, to be able to talk through those things. And I've been praying for you every night since then. And so it was an added gift to me because I've been learning how to pray for people's well-being. Like, tell me what I can pray for you, so I can offer that. And it's teaching me how to do it. And that came, all those blessings came as a result of that moment of, I don't think it's weakness at all. Like some men would say it's weakness. It takes profound strength to ask for help in the right way.
Yeah.
It really, really does. It's not like weakness is like, come and save me. I'm not capable. And there's a way in which it'd be easy for any human being to fall into that, right? But there's a component of like, I need help with this thing, and I recognize that I'm capable, but this thing I'm struggling with is very different versus a complete lack of faith in self. And maybe that's the difference between asking for help and needing to be rescued. And hey, we all as men may need to be rescued someday. Like, circumstances happen where it's like, I'm way outside of my depth. That could happen to any of us at any time. So there's some grace for that. But to be able to open up to another man who you trust, whoever that is, brother, husband, father, church member, pastor, whatever, as men, to be able to say, hey, I'm really struggling with this, I think is a move that as men, we all have to develop and really get good at. Otherwise, if we're just relying on our own strength, it's not going to be enough. Our own strength is never enough. That's I can do all things through God who strengthens me, and God also works through other people, right? So maybe we can take advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that certainly this is in terms of the existence of the church. But the way that the language that Paul uses so often is in relation to a body or a building, but both being comprised of parts. That we are members of the same body with Christ as our head. So that's who we look to. That's our that's the perfect pastor. That's the perfect shepherd or priest. we look to, but we're all parts of the same body. We all work in unison with one another, supporting and strengthening one another, and giving assistance to one another. And so, like, just to borrow from that and apply it to our relationships, certainly within Christian brethren, brothers and sisters of the faith, like, we should understand as Christian men, you and I speaking, like, and for anyone listening, man or woman, like, that we're not meant to just to do it alone and to just have all of the tools and the skills to tackle everything that we're going to face in this life. We were never designed for that. We were designed for community. We were designed to be familial. We were designed to be together. We were designed to prop one another up, to encourage, to be a source of shelter and strength and encouragement and correction and all of those other things. And so I don't understand. I mean, I get it because I've experienced it, but like, it's been so freeing, and it's led me to a place of now where I just almost can't understand this other idea of just not letting people in, not, again, as cliched as it sounds, and as many Christians as I know that hate the language, it's like really entering into life and doing life with one another and bearing one another's burdens. And it's been so freeing. It's been so encouraging. It's been so uplifting to both give and receive in those scenarios, to be able to be that source of strength and support for another, to be able to receive that support and strength from another. And so men just need to get over themselves and all of these ideas of just how much of a commando they need to be, I guess. And yeah, just lean into needing the help and strength and support of other people.
I think a lot of that probably comes from, a lot of the fear probably comes from the father famine, right? The idea that that maybe we had to keep it all together for the benefit because we grew up with a single mom who couldn't handle if we weren't capable, or maybe because our dad was never around to teach us the right relationship to our emotion when we were young, when we were boys, for example. Or maybe it's because, I like to say that we have such an acute father hunger. And so now we have a bunch of older brothers trying to sort it out, and older brothers kind of bully each other and push each other around, and aren't really capable of, at least until later, I guess, really being there for each other. I don't have an older brother, but these are my observations. And meanwhile, you have a bunch of guys who are trying really hard in the right way, in a good way, to try and build something about masculinity that's durable, that can withstand the storm of life, and that can also shepherd women and children and families and the generations. And it's like we almost don't really know what we're doing. But it's like, and the whole story of the Renaissance of Men as this 40-year process is a series of purposeful mistakes. Like, let's take this shot at what masculinity is. Okay, we got something right there. Let's take this shot and this shot. And it's like very slowly the groupings have narrowed down to actually something that's real. And what always and so it's culminating in this rediscovery, this revival of Christianity, where it's like we're rooting masculinity in that, which is a whole other conversation. But the last step is really to say the full picture of masculinity as the full picture of humanity. And you can't leave anything out. You can't leave out emotions. You can't leave out women. You can't leave out children. You can't leave out brotherhood, and you can't be invulnerable and impenetrable. You have to keep all these things in balance. And that's the true task and challenge of being a man. And it's a massive challenge that we're navigating on our own. And that's the purpose of Brothers, though, is so that we can be like, we can almost compare notes and see how we're doing, figuring that out. Because we're left on our own not totally on our own, but we're left to figure it out for ourselves.
Yeah, 100%. I think the best lessons for us to be able to learn successfully in that is by doing it together, is learning with one another and from one another, from the things that we do right and the things that we do wrong. And so, like for me, And I think, you were spot on, like in terms of father famine and father hunger and how it's contributed to this just really distorted view of masculinity. So for me, when I say that before I cared so much about what people thought about me, it was because ultimately I discovered that it was because I had this overwhelming desire to for people's approval, because I grew up without the approval of my dad. When I just, every kid wants that. I've seen that in my own children. I'm just like, hey, Dad, watch this, And so for me, that was mostly absent from my life, and so I cared deeply what people thought about me. And so like when I say now I don't care what people think about me, it isn't that like I'm just some cold, heartless jerk that doesn't care. Of course I care, but I'm not seeking people's approval anymore. And so then that's been really freeing, because now, like I've already said, like I'm not interested in being right. So like everybody can say, oh, look how smart Brandon is. Look how articulate Brandon is. Look how fill in the blank. Like, I don't care about those things. I care about the truth. I care about us growing and pursuing holiness. And so when I say that I don't care what people think about me, that's what I mean. I'm no longer seeking to gain people's approval so that I can feel good about myself inside, because I didn't have enough of that as a child growing up.
I like what you said about pursuing holiness, to bring that back, because that's a huge part of it as well. Is that a masculinity, balance, physically strong and emotionally strong and mentally strong, and even a strong spirit, without rooting in the continual pursuit of holiness, goes awry very, very quickly. And that one element can keep you on track because I guess that's the error. That's the thing that corrects the error, to say that, okay, if I'm growing as a man and rediscovering this from within myself and from the Bible and from brotherhood, how do I know what's true if my environment isn't necessarily at the stage to give me that feedback? Well, what's holy? And that will always, that can reorient you to go in the right direction. And I think I tweeted last week, like, I don't remember exactly how I phrased it, but one of the great things about the Christian life is, even if you can't always say necessarily what's right, it can tell you what's wrong. Like, maybe you won't always find the answer of what to do, but at least you can say what not to do, right? Okay, that is definitely wrong. So now I have so in choosing between, a bunch of different right options that are right for different ways, what's the holy thing to do? And the powerful error correction of that, making a decision from that place, how powerful that can be. Like, okay, I didn't know the right thing to do, but I tried to discern what the most holy thing was, and I did that. You can sleep at night with an idea like that. Like, you can fall asleep with a clear conscience with something like that.
Yeah, exactly right. That, it's, it is really truly just the desire and the pursuit of is just to glorify the Lord and to enjoy Him in all that we do, and to experience, because God is a good and faithful Father. He rewards that, and sometimes that's just in the form of spiritual maturity and growing in deeper understandings and applications of His Word. And so, again, like you even said this yourself earlier, and I'm echoing it, that within the Reformed tradition, there's just so much freedom. There's so much grace for us to just be able to, I hope, to just be our genuine selves. Everybody's just in the Lord, pursuing God and growing in that, and we can just cast off all of this other stuff, man, of just like, oh, this is what it means to be a man, or this is, it doesn't mean that I don't still get into arguments with people, but
of course.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, really, like my answer is, like just pursue holiness, man. Go read Holiness by J.C. Ryle and just like seek to do those things.
He also has a book, I think it's called like Advice to Young Men or something like that. That's how I heard of him.
Yeah. Something like that. I can't remember the exact title. Yeah. I don't know. It'll come to me in a second, maybe. Yeah. He's phenomenal to read. So I'd recommend it. It's this book right here. Yeah.
The red one?
Yeah, the red one. Because I took the dust jacket off of it.
All right. Okay. Now we're here. Okay. So what's going on with the dust jacket thing? I've seen that. Oh, just when things started to settle down on Twitter, Brandon had to do the dust jacket thing.
Throw them in the trash. Get rid of them. You don't need them.
Why are they there?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. No, they protect books, and some people think they look really nice, but I'm not a fan, so I get rid of them.
Yeah. It lends a more refined, robust look to the bookshelf to have something, whatever that it's embroidered. It's that when you imprinted gold on them on the spine versus the printed dust jacket.
That's right.
All right. Well, let's shift the conversation a little bit because I want to talk to you about coffee.
Okay.
Because and this isn't. I don't think it's going too far. I don't think it's going too far off the track because it enters into your story about like 14 years ago, and so I'm actually kind of curious, like how that thread intertwines, because everything that we've talked about is pastoral ministry, building masculine community, family, redemption, brotherhood, all these different things, and they all kind of manifest in what is it? What do we do? Like, what do we do? What do we do professionally? What do we give our time to? What do we give when we've built a family, we've built a community around us, and we have a church to go to? There's still the question of, I've got these two hands. What do I do? What do I do with them? And that's holy to create prosperity for myself. What's generative, to go back to a word that I had said earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we should seek to do something, and that I think the Lord has given us the responsibility and opportunity to be able to do those things. That we don't just retreat into our homes or into our churches and just stay tucked away and safe there. That so one aspect of it is in relation to me starting up Reformation Coffee. It was very much birthed out of a hobby and a passion for coffee, and I could talk about that here in a minute. But then it really grew into as I was encouraged and learning about the need for building, like as the Christendom conversation really began to build over the past couple of years, and coming to an understanding of what my role could be in that, in terms of building a Christian institution or establishment in the form of a business that can honor the Lord and offer, whether it's goods and services or support of some sort. Like for me, it is a good, a product, but that, I can do that, and it provides a means for other Christians to have an alternative to all of the other options out there that are going in the opposite direction, that hate the things that God loves and that love the things that God hates, and who profane the name of Christ. And because I think that all of the world belongs to Christ and he's the king of all of it, then everything that we do in this life ought to be done to bring honor and glory to his name, and to put forth his gospel message. And so that's certainly one really big part of what we do as Reformation Coffee. Like I said, it was born out of a hobby and a passion. I did start roasting it's been really kind of probably 15 years ago now, where I just loved coffee and I wanted better coffee. And I've said before that the specialty coffee scene didn't really exist all that much 15 years ago. I mean, it was here and there, but not like it is today. You had Starbucks, and I knew even back then that I didn't want that, because contrary to what some people might think, like Starbucks just isn't good coffee, and it never has been. They have a very successful business model, and so I give them credit for that, but that doesn't equate to quality coffee. And part of that successful business model has been convincing people that it's good coffee. And so,
does anyone really think that?
Yeah, I encountered it just maybe a week or two ago when I was encouraging people to stop buying from Starbucks, and someone told me that it's just better than others. Yeah. The gears,
that is inappropriate.
The gears in my head started to seize up, and I'm like, I don't understand these words that are coming out of your mouth.
That's when it's appropriate to use the club of knowledge on somebody. I think that's actually okay.
Yeah. Well, okay. And so no, you're good, man. So yeah, my desire was just to have a better coffee, and so I just sought to learn and began teaching myself and making mistakes along the way. And over the years, my ability and my methods continued to improve. And so then it just turned into, and you've heard this story, but it turned into just kind of a small hobby business for friends and family, coworkers, church members, things like that. And then we got the idea that we can and probably should seek to really make something out of this, and to push back against all of the woke, worldly, pagan, affirming, all the things that you see in companies like Starbucks and Black Rifle and all of the others. And, so our desire was to start a business that put forth a quality product in coffee and also customer service, but that ultimately glorified the Lord and built into our understanding of building into Christendom and creating generational wealth, and being able to build into a more localized Christian economy. I mean, certainly that spreads out further, but many of the people, all of the people in my church see Reformation Coffee as really, in an unofficial sense, is kind of a part of what we do at a part of my role within Coram Deo, that it's, I'm seeking to build this thing that is attached to this other thing that I'm, like two of the institutions that I'm seeking to build, which is Coram Deo, Reformed Baptist Church, and Reformation Coffee. Like they're tethered together.
So, for those who are listening along with Will Reforms His Coffee, they would have heard episode 4 by now, where I kind of gave my preliminary report. So episode 3 was me making my first pour over cups and discovering that getting YouTube certified was not sufficient. I made coffee flavored water as I described it. And so I've had a bit of time to practice since then, about a week and a half. And I've actually come to really appreciate it and really enjoy it, especially the process. I think I would say I probably enjoy the process of making a pour over cup the most out of the experience. Like the coffee, of course, is measurably better from like dumping hot water in a French press and letting it sit for a minute and then drinking it. But the actual process of making the cup, I enjoy. I enjoy the little ritual. But I don't understand the process of roasting coffee, because I know that it says on the back of the Guatemala roast, which I was drinking today, it says the process. It says washed. There's a bunch of little details about the various preparation methods, and maybe you can walk me and the listeners through like some of the different things, or how you got into roasting like coffee, like how you've learned, because it's been 14 years, and I don't know the first thing about roasting coffee except for that you've got green coffee beans, and then what comes out is brown coffee beans, and then I grind them up and I drink the results. But maybe you could like talk a little bit about that, because I literally know nothing.
Yeah. So there are different ways to process coffee, and the processing takes place when it's still in its raw state. And so this is really because like the coffee, for anybody that doesn't know, is essentially it's not a bean, it's a seed inside of a fruit, a cherry of sorts. And so the cherry, the pulp of the fruit is then removed, and like, I mean, you can make drinks and teas and different things out of that. It doesn't have to be wasted, but the seed inside is the coffee bean. And so there's different ways to process that, and you can process it with the fruit still on it, or you can process it by setting it out in the sun and letting it dry naturally, or you can go through what's called a washing process, where it sets in water for a time. And so it's really essentially just creating different types of a fermentation process in the bean, which brings forth different attributes of in terms of body and flavor, profile, things of that nature. And so a good example of that is like with our India. It undergoes what's called a monsoon process. And this is a relatively new process. I don't really know how old it's been, but in terms of like specialty coffee, it's still relatively new on the scene. And so what that process is they take the bean that is grown there in the region, and they put it in a silo, and they let it sit and dry. But then when monsoon season comes, they open these windows on the side of the silos, and they let the salt water that's in the air move inside and circulate inside this silo. And then it kind of settles on the beans, and it causes a particular fermentation process to take place. And as a result, like compared to all of the other single origins that we offer, our India, I tell people, is really the most unique. I'll tell people often that it's weird, but in a good way. And it's because of the process that it underwent. It's just different than doing like a water process or a natural process, or a honey process where you keep the fruit on the bean for a while. It just creates. It's like most things when you get into more specialty or craft areas of, it's whiskey, wine, cigars, coffee's really no different. Craft beer, it's just like all of these little tweaks here and there that you can do to have a different product on the back end.
And so, which one did you start with? Because I hear these terms like single origin, all this stuff. I don't necessarily know what they mean. So I might ask you to unpack all this stuff.
So I don't apply the processing. All the processing is done, by the farm, and then that's done on site, at the farm. And
the monsoon you would have to do out there, probably.
Yeah, I can't do it in Southwest Missouri. There's no monsoons here. Single origin means that it is from a single region and a single farm. And so when, people will say, like, some people will refer to our coffee as like, oh, I really like the Ethiopian blend. Well, it's not a blend. It's a single origin. It comes from one farm in one region in Ethiopia. So it isn't.
I'm going to use that word blend.
A lot of people have. It's really it's part of it. So that's the difference between a blend and a single origin. And a blend can be a number of things. I mean, it could be different beans from different regions in Ethiopia, or it could be, beans from Ethiopia and beans from Brazil, and you blend them together. So it's really that simple. A single origin is just, it comes from a single origin, one farm in one region. it would be, similar to like a single barrel whiskey. It's that, all of that whiskey that's in the bottle came out of one barrel instead of it coming out of 100 different barrels.
And so what would be the advantage of why someone would do a single origin? Again, this is like, explain it to me like I'm 5 territory, because I'm learning as well. Like, because I've learned the technical aspects of the process, but what happens on the back end of the bean, whether at the grower or at the at the silo, or whether by the time it gets to you and what you do, like all the things that go in, I have a pretty good grasp. But like when you put it in the bag and it gets to me, like we don't. But I mean, up to that point, there's a big fog over the process. So what would be the advantages between like a blend? I gather that a blend would be probably cheaper in some ways versus a single origin, or maybe there are other advantages as well in the specialty coffee scene.
Yeah, generally a blend is going to be cheaper in most instances. Not always. There's probably a few exceptions. And really, the main thing that I think people are after, and single origins are mainly just sought after in specialty coffee. Like most of the coffee that you buy in the store, maybe all of the coffee that you buy off the shelf in the grocery store is going to be a blend. A single origin is going to lend to a more unique flavor. It's going to have, this is where we start using words like body and mouthfeel and profile. Like you're going to have all of those things that are going to be much more prevalent in a single origin. It's going to be much more akin to like a fine wine that's just been really dialed in, and that's where the process comes into play, and all of those things that attribute to the flavor and the profile and the mouthfeel and all of that. And so this is where just like really quality specialty coffee shines and is set apart. And that's why, when people, it pains me a little bit when people say, coffee is coffee. No, it's not. It's not. There's and like, I'm willing to say that, hey, you like what you like. And so, if you like Dunkin', then okay, you like it. But I think I can say objectively there is a better way. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you like what you like. But that's where origin and processing and then roasting, that I don't roast on a mass scale. I roast on a smaller scale to where I can really fine tune things and get the roast to turn out exactly how I want, so that, by the time it gets to you, it can hopefully give you a really quality, fresh cup of coffee. And so, yeah, it comes out of a passion and a labor of love. Just like you said, like you've come to appreciate the process of making a pour over, the ritual of it. And like, I totally understand. Once you said that, I'm like, yep, I totally get it. I understand that. Like, that's the whole thing for me, is that, and so then I take all of that passion and that appreciation and that desire, and then I pair that with my Christian faith and my desire to glorify the Lord in something that He has, He's gifted me to do. But yeah, that gets us off into, I guess, a little bit of a different realm of conversation, and maybe you don't want to move on from the origin and process just yet.
Not yet. Perfect. Because I'm curious about, I do want to talk about that though, because I think how we do a thing is as important as what it is that we're doing. But I still have questions about like the what. So, okay. So what you receive in the mail is I guess from UPS is a big heavy bag full of unroasted coffee cherries, coffee beans that have gone through various processes, like giant sacks of coffee beans, something like that.
Yeah. We get 50-pound bags of
Wow.
raw green coffee beans delivered here, and then I sort them all out and put them in their designated spot so that I know what's what. And, we'll do all kinds of inspections and different things, just looking at the beans and making sure that it measures up. And I've done enough of a vetting process with the companies who supply me with coffee beans to know that they're a good quality, because like anything else, you can get a product even before it's roasted. You can get coffee beans that are no good. So and you want uniformity of size and shape and color, those types of things. And then from there, I'll roast it as orders come in and get them shipped out. It doesn't come with the fruit on it. It's just raw, dry, green coffee beans.
And then, so what sort of things? So for you as the roaster, as you're turning these sort of raw green beans into a roasted product, like what sort of things are you doing along the way? Like, obviously you're putting them in the roaster, but are there other stages of the process? Because I imagine it's quite a lot to get good at. You've been doing it for 14 years, so there's probably countless things that I can't even imagine.
Yeah, you learn to use your senses a lot, and so that would be your sight, hearing, and smell. And so sight, you're looking at the color of the bean along the way during the roast, because it'll go from green to kind of pale and then yellow, and then it'll start to brown and get darker and darker. And this is occurring, because the internal temperature of the bean is heating up, and it's starting to burn off sugars, and so you're using your sight to observe the color of the bean. You're using your smell really in the same way. And I've never really explained this process to anyone before, but now that I'm thinking about it, like, I don't know, you learn over time. You just become really familiar. Like, I can smell a roast and tell you at what point in the roast that we're at, what stage of the roast we're at. And so it starts to smell, really pretty earthy in the beginning, and then it starts to smell more bread-like, and then it starts to smell a little bit more cake-like, and then it starts to smell really kind of almost, this isn't going to sound appealing at all, but kind of almost pungent, and kind of it kind of stings the nostrils a little bit as you
stings the nostrils.
I was waiting for that, but it does. Like, it really does. And so, as I'm teaching my son how to, I was so waiting for that. As I
make a Sex Panther specialty roast,
that's not going to happen.
Okay.
As I've taught my son how to roast, I'm just telling him, like, it's going to smell like bread, and then it's going to smell a little bit more cake-like, and then it's going to start to burn your nose when you smell it. And that you're getting close at that point to first crack. And that's where hearing comes in. So as the bean heats up and expands, it makes an audible cracking sound. And so that occurs depending on the level of roast that you're going for, that you'll hit first crack, and then you might hit second crack. I don't generally take my beans to second crack, because I want a more medium to medium dark roast, but you're listening for that. And so you develop those three senses over time, and you just really, they almost become instinctive, and you just learn to rely on them.
See, this is really powerful for me to hear, because as I've been making these pour over cups and getting into the ritual and trying to work on my own palate, I know that I'm not just buying some store-bought kind of mass-produced coffee. Like, there's an actual man that I know on the other end of this bag, and who's roasted this by hand and spent 14 years learning to do it, and receives all the stuff. Like, it's all done by a human being. versus the feeling of like, here's this mass roasting organization where it's all very impersonal, right? And look, I get scale is a thing, so I don't mean to take anything away from people who have become successful in their roasting. But what's cool for me is to be drinking this coffee and to know that it's an expression of you. Like there's a person on the other end of this, not a faceless corporation, not a faceless dehumanized process. There's an actual person. So this inviting me into the actual roasting process is actually really improving already the experience of drinking the coffee. And this is why this matters. This is why you support people who pour their heart and soul and passion into creating things, because you're not just buying a product. You're giving something to a person. You're experiencing someone's creativity. There's something very human about this that I think we've lost sight of.
Yeah. I mean, that's an encouragement to hear, because that's, the thing that we say with our coffee is that we want to reform your coffee experience. Like, and that takes some explanation sometimes for people, because you think, again, like coffee is coffee. Like I just need to have it in the morning. And when instead, like it can be this thing that you can really enjoy. You can delight in the process. You can delight in a better cup, a better quality of coffee, but then also to be able to be included as a part of that process, and like teaching people to get better coffee, how to enjoy better coffee. And so I get asked questions all the time in terms of like equipment and brewing methods and all of those things. And I love answering those questions, because I want people to be able to have a better coffee experience, to enjoy it more. And also, to be able to be seen as part of that process that, ultimately, like I don't need that form of validation from people of just like, oh, this is the guy that does it and he does a great job. But to be able to be included along the way, so that people can see that like this really is a labor of love. This is really something that I do enjoy doing, and I do want people to be able to enjoy. As silly as it might sound to some people, like I want to be able to bless people with better coffee, and then as the business grows, I want to be able to bless people in other ways. And so even in the way that I just interact, and the way we do customer service, and the way that we try to operate with integrity, like all of that to me is I see it as just a means to bless other people, and to be able to push back against all of the other pagan nonsense out there. And so it isn't just put the beans in the bag, ship them out, and you get it and you make your coffee and that's it. No, it's much more than that for us.
Well, because you get to invite your family into it. You're talking about your son. I've seen photos on, maybe it was the Reformation Coffee Instagram, or maybe it was your Instagram, where it's like, you're bagging up the beans. It looks like the family kitchen table. Like it's a family affair. Right?
Yeah.
Like that matters.
Yeah. It is. It's all hands on deck with the family. And everybody gets to be a part of that process, teaching my son how to roast, teaching our daughter how to do a lot of the administrative stuff and shipping, and because my wife she's the, I guess for all intent and purposes, she's the business manager. She's the one that handles all of the admin stuff, and I roast the coffee and I interact with people and I answer questions, and so being able to share and teach those things with our kids and getting them involved in the process, because it's going to be theirs one day. I can't do this forever and don't want to do it forever. I want to do it for a long time, but I want to give it to them, and I want them to carry it on and to continue to build it.
That's everything that we're talking about. And that's the home-based business model that was the world up until basically yesterday, right? The household, that the dad wasn't going off to work at a corporation or a factory even, he ran something out of the home, blacksmithing, tailoring, or he was a farmer or a shepherd or something like that. And the whole family was involved as a team in productivity. And when there was actually, I've talked about this before, I think in the UK, there was something called the Enclosure Act, where I think the Crown just seized all of the land and said, this is ours now. And all the men are going to work in the factories because the Industrial Revolution happened in Europe first. And that's where all the labor force came from. They had to force men off of the family farms and into the factories. And I don't know that they had to do quite the same. They didn't do quite the same in the United States, but that was a really profound dislocation that I don't know that we really understand fully. This idea that we just take it for granted that dad gets up in the morning and he goes to work at whatever time and he's gone for the day and then he comes home at night and then that's family time. It's like, it did not used to be that way, right? We didn't have that dislocation. And so now that's what I'm always encouraging men to find their way back to. There's a great book, Durable Trades by Rory Groves.
Yep.
And I got the chance to meet him a couple of weeks ago at the Fatherhood Intensive. And there's like 60 professions where he evaluates them based on, can you actually have a workable family life doing this profession? And some are stronger than others. But I think that's what a lot of men are looking for is, how do I find my way back to a profession, a job, a passion that I can invite my family into? And I think Christian men are looking especially for that.
Yeah, and I think we ought to. I mean, I think that there's something that we have lost within Christianity, certainly in the West, where, one of the things I said that I want to build within this business is generational wealth. Like, I'm not seeking to just become exponentially wealthy just for the sake of it. Like, I want for my children to have a literal inheritance. And so, like, that isn't just like, oh, I'm going to leave X amount of dollars in the will for you. Like, no, I want you to take, which is what we saw in the past. Like, the thing that they inherited was the thing that they were building together and the thing that they could continue on in. And so that's why by trade, oftentimes, generationally, you had a son and a father and a grandfather and a great grandfather. They were all tailors. They were all blacksmiths. They were all cobblers. They were all, and they were good at that thing. And they served their community in that way. And I'm confident we have lost that. And I think that that's something that we need to recapture, because there's so much to be had in that type of a lifestyle where, like you said, like I'm not leaving the house to go, punch a clock and be away from my family and then come home and then just expect, dinner to be ready. And then you spend an hour or two with the kids and then off to bed. And, you just repeat the next day. And so, I desperately want us to get our hands back on that model. And so I'm seeking to do it. I'm encouraging as many other people as I can to do that. I was at a men's intensive just a couple of weeks ago, and I spoke there, and that was really one of the things that I pressed in on a lot of guys. Probably 40 or 50 men there, and just saying like the need for us to have a community, a Christian community that's seeking to build lasting Christian institutions that are pushing back against all the woke madness and that are providing good, God-honoring alternatives to people, and that are seeking to build generational wealth and leaving a lasting inheritance to families. Yeah, I believe in that with all my heart.
I think it's vital. I think it's vital. I mean, I know it's something I'm thinking about for myself. What can I really disciple my sons in? What skills can I develop? That should I be blessed to have sons and should I be blessed to have children at all someday? But to say, what am I really going to be passing down to them? What am I going to be inviting them into? What are they going to be watching me do? Right? Because because when I was growing up, my dad was he still is, he was a commercial real estate attorney. And, he was building a practice. This would have been in the late 80s and early 90s in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, when I was growing up here in Phoenix, it was the city was about 1 million people. It's now like 5 million people, 4 or 5 million people. It's the fastest growing city in the United States. So at the time, it's very difficult to build a commercial real estate business back in the 80s, 90s. Now, with an extra 40 or so years of experience, he's doing quite well. He set himself up well at the time. But I wouldn't have been able to say as a young boy, 10, 12 years old, that like being a commercial real estate attorney was something I was super interested in. You know what I mean? Even though he does joke around with me now, like, well, you have a law. He has more work than he can handle. He's like, do you have a law degree hiding anywhere? I'm like, no, Dad, you got any time to record a podcast? He's like, no. Okay. But there is something in that, like we joke around about it, but there is something in that about wanting to be invited into the world of the Father. But like commercial, the ins and outs of commercial real estate law, it's not where I was at when I was 10.
Yeah. No, I get it.
But I think, sorry, just the thought there was the thought that was that I didn't finish all the way through because it got stuck in my own head was that what you're talking about in the sense experience of it, like you're looking at the beans and you're listening for them, right? And you can smell them, and there's a weight and probably a texture component to them as well when they come out of the bag. As you're like, it's something much more than just like head knowledge. Like it's not brain in a box stuff. It's not information work. You're actually not, when you're working with your hands, you're working with much more than your hands. I'm sure if there are any carpenters listening, they'd probably tell both of us, or maybe like there's probably much more to carpentry than just working with your hands. It's like a full sensory kind of thing that you can invite a child to participate in, a young boy to participate in.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, man, what a privilege that we should see. We should consider it such a great honor and a privilege, certainly as men, as fathers, to be able to bring our sons, our children along in that process, to teach and train them to be able to do these same things. And it's much more than just working with your hands and, do step A and then step B and step C until you get to, whatever outcome, however far down the line you get to get to the product that you want. No, it's a process. It's kind of a full immersion into understanding, because you can create like we have like standard operating procedure for our kids and for ourselves, so that we know, like, we want to do this, we want to do the business this way, like we want to, like, here's how you roast coffee. Like, so initially, of course, I do all this hands-on teaching with my son in terms of roasting coffee, but then I have the list so that he can see, like, oh yeah, step 3 is this is what I'm doing. Like, this is where I'm at in the process. And so it's good for him to have that, but ultimately he's going to get to the place where, and I want him to get to the place where, like, he doesn't need that list anymore. Like he's understood the process, he's involved in it. And like that has just come through involvement and being included and being taught. And like, so something that I hope will be invaluable to him as I hand this business, when the day comes that I hand this business over to him. And then also, I think the thing that I hope sets us apart from so many other coffee businesses out there that are just insert beans, set the timer, cool them, put them in a bag, ship them. Like, it's more than that for us. And I want people, I hope that people can get a sense of that and see the value in that. And, if, like, I don't suspect we'll ever become a Starbucks, nor is that in my dreams that we will be. But, I want us to continue to grow and expand. And in that process, I never, ever want us to lose that value that we have for doing our best and providing a great alternative for people to be able to have and enjoy. And so, yeah, man, it's just like there's right. Even now, as I'm thinking about it, it feels like there's there's 15 different pieces that are a part of this that are just kind of floating around, and it's hard to reach up and try to grab a hold of all of them and then properly articulate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I get it, because there's so much wrapped into this, right? As men, particularly Christian men with stories, men with histories, men with backgrounds, are trying to find their way forward in this new world towards something that is written on their hearts. It's like it's part of us. This is how we were made. It's how our designer made us. So we're over years of sediment has accumulated as a result of poor discipleship and teaching and all that stuff. So we're clearing all this away, and we're finding all these things that are true, that were built into us from the beginning. How do we begin bringing them out? And so the conversation that we're having and that so many men are having is like, how does that show up in my marriage? How does that show up in my parenting? How does that show up in my church? How does that show up in my brothers? How does it show up in my creativity? How does it show up in my work? It's like, and none of these things are separate. When you redo what you do professionally, and you transition away from corporate life to a small business life, and you invite your family in, it changes everything about you. It even goes all the way up back to the fitness conversation, because you recognize that the life of picking up 50-pound bags of coffee and dumping them into a roaster is much more physical than I've got to go meet with Bob in the conference room for 45 minutes, right? So your strength needs to be up. And then plus maybe you're working longer hours and you need your senses, sharper because you're not under fluorescent lights anymore. And then you're thinking about, what am I eating? Am I getting outside? Okay, making sure to get enough rest. All these things are happening all at the same time. And in your own way, you're on the leading edge of all of them. And as a pastor, you're leading other men through it. So yeah, there's a little bit to it.
It's almost as though we aren't meant to, separate boxes. It's like, oh, there's work. And then, it's all in the same box or the same pile. And, who you are, in our case, who we are as men means a great deal in dealing with all of those things, that there's so much overlapping and blending of those things in together, because you're still the same guy operating in those different roles, wearing those different hats. And so again, I will continually point it back to seeking to be a man that honors the Lord, that grows in holiness, makes much of the name of Christ. And so that affects, again, that affects greatly how I lead as a husband, and as a father, and as a pastor, and as a coffee roaster, and as a businessman, and as a friend, so forth and so on.
Okay, so here I'm a little torn, because I want to talk about two different things at the same time. So we get to pick which one we talk about first. I want to hear about your recommendations for doing a pour over cup. So I've got a few techniques that I've picked up from YouTube and from messing around a little bit. I've learned what I think works better and what doesn't work so well. But I also want to talk about, I want to tie all this back into biblical patriarchy, because I think what we've been talking about in the sum totals is really what it looks like in kind of a nascent form as we're recreating it in 2023. So maybe we'll start with pour over, and then because you had also mentioned that that there were people at the church, men and women, who were kind of struggling with that idea. And the way that, in my experience, you get people to kind of soften around this word patriarchy or their fears of it is you kind of demonstrate that it's nothing to be afraid of. It's actually benevolent, and in many ways, I don't know that benign is the right word, but the benevolence of it. So maybe we'll talk about pour over techniques first, and then we'll bring it back to a more theological, dominion-oriented conversation.
Okay. Yeah. So what do you want to know specifically about pour overs?
Well, I mean, if you have any, because I'll walk you through my process. I do about 21 grams or so, 20 to 21 grams of beans. I grind it down. I'm not a huge fan of the OXO grinder that I got. Not a huge fan of it. But then I put it in the I take the boiling water from the gooseneck kettle, which is on the coffee setting, and then I rinse the paper filter, which everyone says you should do, and I swirl it around inside the little carafe, which I got to warm up the carafe, and then I put the beans in, and I do like a little divot in the middle, which someone said to do, and that seems to be fun. And then I do like a 50-gram pour and let it bloom, let the gases bubble off. And then I do 100 grams and let it drain down a little bit. And then I do the last 200 or so grams and then and let it go into the pot and let it kind of drain out over the course of about 3 minutes or so. I've kind of got it to that level, 3 minutes, 3:15, and then I drink it. So I don't know. It seems to me that the swirling around the water in the carafe makes a difference. The grind size, getting the grind size right was huge. It was too big, and everyone so the websites I saw said do medium. Medium was too big, and then so I went down to like medium fine, and that seems to get a little bit better. But that's about all I've got. I've noticed differences in the beans. In the grind between when I do like a Reformation coffee grind, the beans, the grind seems to be, I would almost call it stickier, but I don't know if that's the right word, versus like I've got Stumptown and Fast Forward that I've been messing around with. I started with those, and those are larger specialty, but larger brands. Those seem to be, the perform. It's a little different in the grinder, and so I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm kind of feeling my way through, but I enjoy the coffee that I'm drinking now.
Yeah, good. That's the most important thing. And also, I would say like your approach, your method is a pretty decent one. I think. I mean, you're hitting some good metrics in terms of volume of coffee and water, and you can do other little tweaks here and there in terms of temperature of water. But I don't really mess around. I don't fudge those too much that often. And even just like volume of water for first pour to hit bloom, and all of those are just good things that it sounds like you're doing them right, and you can always make little tweaks here and there, and certainly I would say the little things like watering the filter, those are generally pretty small in terms of difference, but the bigger, more important things are going to be your grind. That's going to be hugely important in a pour over. Really, any brewing method, and then it's going to be a different grind for all sorts of brewing methods. And so, the grind for a pour over, even really, I was going to say like a pour over and a French press is going to be hugely different, but even the difference in the grind between like a pour over for a V60 versus a Chemex, like those are going to be different.
Oh wow!
Yeah, just because the funnel and the filter are both different, and so you adjust the grind setting. And there's apps out there that help with that. I'll try to think of what some of those are and maybe give them to you so that you can have them for later or plug them into some show notes or something, because I can't think of them right now. But
smartphone apps?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that have like timers, and we'll go step by step as the timer goes down. Like it'll move from step 2, which is rinse the filter, to step 3, add the coffee, and then pour the water over the coffee. And so they goes through the steps with you. Yeah. I'll try to think about what some of those are. I can't remember right now. But yeah, and then it's just really kind of fine tuning it to what suits you best. And so that's why I always encourage people, as silly as it might sound to some folks, it's like just write down notes. Write down. I did 22 grams of coffee. I put it on this grind setting on my grinder that's like specific to your grinder, so that so like if it's a 7 or if it's this many lines over, if it's the 4th notch over, whatever it is, like write that down, write down how much water you used and all of those things. And then when you taste it, you're like, I like this. I'm going to write this down. I like this about it. And so you just take notes like that. And then when you come back to it the second time, and maybe you do it exactly the same way or close to the same way, but you get a different outcome, and then you figure out why, or you intentionally do it a different way, and you're like, oh, I like this more, or I like this less, and you can begin to kind of really fine tune it to what you like, what your preference is. Because like I said earlier, it's like ultimately that's what it comes down to. Like the best coffee is the coffee that you like, that's in your mug. So aim for that. And something else I was going to touch on, I don't remember. Oh yeah, the difference in grind between like my coffee and somebody else's. Man, it could be something as simple as the origin. It's most likely when you say sticky, it's sticky or staticky is what it is, and so there's probably, like, you get coffee elsewhere, it's probably had time to, and it's probably had sufficient time to off gas, and so it gases off CO2, and so because we want people's coffee to be really as fresh as it can be, we will roast it and then let it rest for a day, and then we ship it out. And so we ship it out whole bean. And so when you get it, and people have asked me this, just like, man, your coffee blooms so much higher than other coffee I'm used to. And like, yeah, it's because it's off gassing. It hasn't had a chance to, that's why the valve is on the bag of coffee, so the bag doesn't explode.
Oh,
it's off gassing inside the bag. And so that's what the valve on the bag is for, so that the bag doesn't pop. And so ours just hasn't had a chance to do that as long by the time it gets to you. And so it's off gassing as it blooms. And, it's something that we generally prefer, but, if you're not careful, like, if you put it in an automatic drip machine or something like that, then you might, and you overfill it, then you might have a mess on your hands. So, there are some drawbacks to it, but that doesn't generally happen with a pour over or French press or AeroPress, all the other kind of methods.
That makes a lot of sense because I'm observing all these different things. Like, for example, I started with the Stumptown, and then I practiced on that for a few days, and then I opened up the Guatemala and then the India, which are the 2 bags of yours that I have right now. And I immediately noticed a difference in the grinding and the Stumptown and the Fast Forward. It would pour out of the little cup from the burr grinder. It'd pour easier into the filter. But like with your beans, I had to tap the filter and get them to come out and stuff like that. And so I was like, and I saw it in both bags. I'm like, okay, what am I looking at here? Okay, staticky. And then I didn't want to like insult you. Like, I don't know. Hopefully this isn't a bad thing to observe. I don't know. No. I'm glad to hear that's the case. And then when I pour the hot water in, I've definitely noticed the bloom, the little bun, the little cake is much fuller. And I knew about the off gassing. I knew that's why you do that initial pour, is to let the gases come off before you. And so I definitely observed all of those things happening, and I wasn't sure to attribute it to, except for the best answer that I had was like, well, he's roasting it really fresh and shipping it out really fresh, and I don't know how long this Stumptown is it counter? It's counterculture, not fast forward. Fast forward is the roast. Counterculture is the company. It's not been, who knows how long it's been sitting at Whole Foods or whatever. So I assumed that was probably the case, that it's because it arrives so fresh and because it's roasted by an individual human being and not by a machine, or who knows, right? Because I know Stumptown is quite big as far as specialty coffee roasters go. That all those probably accounted for the difference in my experience brewing the cups.
Yeah, I mean, you just take into consideration, they roast the coffee and maybe they let it rest, and then they package it and they ship it out to whoever the retailer is, however long it takes to get there, however long it sits in the back, however long it sits on the shelf. Whereas we roast within 2 days of your order and ship it within 3. So you're getting it really fresh. And so that's probably the biggest difference that you're seeing, or the biggest reason why, and the difference that you're seeing, I guess I should say.
I mean, it makes a difference to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes a difference to me. Again, like the story that we've been articulating through the conversation is like, here's an individual man, here's your life story. Here's how you're born, how you grew up, and the journey that you went on. And then here's family, and here's again pastoring, and here's all the values that we're talking about expressed within a product that you make by hand and that you're passing along to your sons, to your family. Like it's a real thing. I don't quite know how to articulate it, but in drinking the coffee, I'm invited into an experience. And I think in this age, a lot of people talk about authenticity when it comes to brands, like, oh, they're really authentic, right? That seems to be a popular word, but that word almost doesn't apply here because it's something so much greater than just authenticity. This is a man's story and livelihood and passion and family and future and values in this bag of coffee that I get to then have an experience of brewing and drinking. So that's why I've been excited. That's one of the reasons why I did Will Reforms His Coffee and why I did it the way that I did, because I wanted to be able to have this conversation with you at the end of the journey. Like, obviously the journey is just beginning for me as I learn how to do all these things, but because I feel very grateful to get to participate in that with you. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that I'm honored to hear that. I love that. I wish that, I wish I could somehow kind of encapsulate all of that and put it on the back of the bag so that
Sure.
everybody else could hear and sense that. That it's difficult at times to really communicate all of that to people when, I just want good coffee, and that's fine too. Like, I'm happy to just provide people with good coffee. But yeah, I'm delighted to hear all of that, and that's what I want it to be. That's it's not simply just this side hustle that I have that I'm trying to supplement my income with. I'm wanting to build something that has immense value for me, that I can do really well under the glory of God, that I can be a blessing to others and provide them with something that they can enjoy and delight in, because I think that's something, again, for us as Christians that we have that sets us apart. Like a person who isn't a Christian can sit down and enjoy a nice cup of coffee, and like they can really geek out over it, and all the things that I've touched on or alluded to in terms of body profile, like taking notes, doing cuppings, and doing all these different brewing methods, and they can really enjoy it. But that's as far as it goes. They don't get to enjoy it beyond that. Whereas, like, for us as a Christian, as silly as it may sound to some people, you can enjoy, like, if you enjoy coffee the way that I do, then I can taste it, take a swig of it from my mug, and I can really geek out and enjoy it. But then, like, I don't have to stop there. I can turn that upwards and, like, man, God, you created this thing for us to enjoy and to delight in. And you knew exactly what you were doing. And you're such a master at what you do. And so, like, we can turn that simple enjoyment, that simple grace, and we can turn that upwards into adoration and affection and praise unto the Lord. And so, like, it isn't, for me, like, all of that to say, like, for me, it isn't just coffee. It's so much more than that. And it's also all of the other things that we've talked about in terms of including my family along the way, and planning on, and, handing it over to my kids. And so yeah, all of that to say, man, thank you. I'm glad to hear that from you. I'm glad that I can serve you in that way, and lend to hopefully a greater level of enjoyment as you drink the coffee that I roast.
Oh yeah, I'm already thinking about, like, making cups for other people, because now I know how to do it.
Yeah,
and really I have you to thank, because without Reformation Coffee, sponsoring the podcast, but that wasn't the primary impetus behind it. It was like, and I really do mean this. Like I had the Guatemala roast and I'm like, there's something about this coffee based on, after all the coffee I've ever tried. And I've been to South America. I've been to Peru. I've been to Colombia. Like after all the coffee I've had, there's something about this that really connects with me. And I want to understand it better. And I knew that the way I was brewing it wasn't going to lead me to that, and so it was really wanting to appreciate this that really led me into this journey. And now, with just a few hours of time, like I haven't invested 14 years, but I've probably put in 10, 20 hours, something like that, between watching videos and brewing. Well, that's probably too much, but let's say 5 hours. Like if you add in the brewing time and the watching and all that, but that's still enough to be like, I could brew someone a pretty decent cup of coffee right now, I think. Right. And so I get to share that. So again, we're talking about brotherhood and all that. Like that's what this looks like, is the things that we share with each other to lift each other up in unexpected and creative ways.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, and want and enjoy the same types of things. And I think that we ought to seek to enjoy things to that degree and to share that with others. And because man, what a means to be able to connect with other people. You certainly, anybody that hears this would be able to understand that the way that you can be brought together by a good meal, or a good cup of coffee, or a good glass of wine, or whatever it happens to be your thing. It has this really unique ability to be able to just really help people connect. And so again, like just something as simple as me seeking to create a really good product in coffee, and for you to be able to enjoy, and for it to be more than just coffee in a cup, is a great thing to be able to do. And it's a great thing to be able to hear that other people can see that and appreciate it.
Yeah, when we did a men's retreat, I think I don't remember where I posted about this. Maybe it was on Instagram, or maybe it was on Twitter. I did a men's retreat here in Phoenix at the start of April, and got 4 bags of Reformation coffee. And I think there were 9 guys, and 9 guys went through 3.5 bags of coffee in 72 or so hours. So we were pretty consistently drinking a lot of the coffee, and it was really nice to be able to share that, to be able to share that with the guys. Like, hey, here's the story. Here's what's going on. Here's how this plays into my life. We didn't just pick up coffee at Costco or whatever. It's like, no, here's a part of my own story, because, like your craftsmanship is a part of my craftsmanship. Like I don't make coffee, I make podcasts, right? And there's a lot of craftsmanship that goes into this. Actually, now that I think about it, actually about 14 or 15 years worth. Like the reason why my podcasts work the way that they do is that I know how to use audio production software. I know about microphones. I know about plugins, and I'm getting better all the time at these techniques. So actually, now that I think about it, it's kind of cool that, we get to be the way that these different passion projects, not really the word, but I think you know what I mean, the way that these kind of things interact. And this is what it means to be men, to craft things that we then bless each other with.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly right. I couldn't say it any better than that.
Well, let's tie this back now into the subject that's floating around about a biblical patriarchy. Because it seems to me that work is a pretty essential component of that you can paint the theological picture, you can paint the moral picture, you can paint the sociocultural picture, but how are you manifesting it as a man with how you spend 8 to 10 to 12 hours of your day doing righteous work, and how does that play into leading a family, leading a household, and being a leader in your community?
Yeah, it is. I would say probably first and foremost is that it's understanding the need for being able to do the thing, to put in the hard work, and to not make excuses about doing those things. Like, when we could say that, like, oh, we're seeking to build Christendom, and if we're going to build Christendom, then that takes a lot of work to build things, and so you have to work, and you can't shy away from that. And certainly there's countless other topics of discussion that we could include in that, in terms of just like taking responsibility and not making excuses and owning up to your own mistakes, and just being able to to get in and to work hard. And so it is being able to see the need for the thing, whatever it is for you. And so for me, it's leading my wife and my kids, and then my church, and my work with Reformation Coffee, and then I also work as a general contractor, and so I'm doing that as well. And so I can't be afraid to see the task that's in front of me, and as big or as small as it seems to be. If in my case, we'll just say, like, there's just a lot to do, and so I could pass that off to someone else, or I could just say, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Or oftentimes I find myself thinking, like, I got to do the next thing. What's the next thing that I have to do, and stay on task and be willing to work hard and diligently. And then ultimately I'm doing all of this work. It isn't just work. I'm doing all of this work under the glory of God. And so I'm seeking to build up my home for the glory of God, and the church, and the business, and so many other things. So I guess all of that to say, like, you have to, as a man, you have to be able to see the what's required of you, and not shy away from that, not be afraid to work hard, not be afraid to take on ownership and responsibility, because far too often that's exactly what we see in culture, is that nobody wants to work hard, nobody wants to take responsibility. And so it isn't just as simple as, like, oh, I need to have a really strong work ethic. That's great. I think we need to recapture that. And as fathers, we need to teach that to our sons. But why? Why do we need to have a really strong work ethic? Why do we need to be able to work hard and to be able to build things and be able to have success? Well, it's because we want to honor the Lord in the work that we do. We want to be of productive use, in the skills and the abilities that He's given us. And so for me, it's renovating houses, and it's roasting coffee, and it's writing sermons, and doing discipleship, and meeting with people, and counseling, and all of those things. And so, like, I just, as a man, who believes in biblical patriarchy, who believes that my role is to carry these things out. Like, I can't be afraid to work hard and get tired, and then ultimately to see that this is the task that the Lord has given me to do. And so, rather than seeing it simply as just a task or a thing, a box to check, it's a great honor to be able to do these things, and to be able to do them well, and to be able to do them under the glory of God, because I think that He's then going to take that and do something even greater with it. Like, He's given me the ability to build things that He's then going to take and build even more with. And so, yeah, I think just recapturing all of that, this desire to see your role and responsibility as a man, and to not shy away from it, to lean into it, to run towards it, to work until you're tired, and and then come home, hopefully to a wife who has been managing your home and has prepared you a good meal, and you can have kids who are running around, shouting and playing and filling your house up with joy, and you can delight in those things under the glory of God, and you get up and do it again tomorrow.
And then you get to see the end product of everything that you've invested your life energy into, grow and blossom over time, from a small hobby or a small church or a small family, right? A small community. And you get to see, God grants the increase, but you put in the hard work, and results tend to show up.
Yeah. And I mean, it's why, again, like, having a proper theology applied to all of life, it's why it's such a necessary tool for us to have as Christians, that, because otherwise, like, what would be the point? Like, what, like, we're just working until we die. And, and then like, that's what we see in culture, is everybody just gathers up all of this stuff, all of these things. Like, I got the boat, and I got the camper, and I got all the things. I'm taking all these trips, and I've got the vacation home and the cabin or whatever. It's because we're seeking to, like, fill this void in our life, because otherwise it seems meaningless, that we work and we eat and we sleep and we die. But we who are in Christ know that, oh man, there's such a bigger, grander picture than that we are building into something that is much larger than just ourselves. And, men need to be able to see the honor and the responsibility that we have to be able to work into that well unto the glory of God. And so, like, it changes. It's just like I said, with holding to a post-mill eschatology changes what I do from day to day. Like, it's the same thing. It's just like, I'm building into things because I see that there is so much more that's going to come, when I'm dead and gone. And, like, I want to be able to build into that and contribute to that now. And that takes work. That takes not being afraid to work. And I mean, literally work and labor and get tired.
I heard a while ago a great saying that sticks with me, that it's only effort when it begins to hurt. And I really, I take that to heart, that that point when the pain is, obviously not crippling pain, obviously not, truly harming yourself pain, but there's a point at which I've observed that the little bit of extra effort that really feels, we'll say, quote unquote, painful or difficult or challenging, it's that little bit or a lot of extra effort that really makes the difference over and over and over again. Like, that's what sets aside from whatever I do from other people doing something similar. Or whenever a man chooses excellence in whatever field or fields he chooses it in, to the love for it, the care for it. And I like what you said, the theology, like, no, this is what's asked of me, is to put in that effort. It's not just about, I just do it because I do it, or this is just what I do. It's like, no, it roots me down into the ground, in terms of generating prosperity for my family, and up into the heavens in terms of what God commands me to do and who he commands me to be. Like, men like that, I think, are unstoppable.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that we should think that way. Like, what, a man who is entirely seeking to be dependent upon the Lord to be able to accomplish the task that he's been given by the Lord, and it's being done under the glory of the Lord, and he's not, he's striving for excellence in that, and he's not afraid to work hard. Yeah. What could possibly stop him? It all plays out within God's providence. I mean, it's going to be exactly what he intends for it to be, but that's just why, like, I'm not going to I'm not going to take the black pill, man. I'm not going to say like, oh, well, like we'll never get to this level of growth in the business, or we'll never have, we'll never have this kind of positive impact on society. We'll never be able to, no, let's just be faithful, work hard, and let God bring the increase, and just faithfully work hard for the Lord. Don't worry about the rest.
Do you get the chance to disciple men in these? Like, are men putting these pieces together as you're watching your community, experience their own sanctification and regeneration in the ways that we're talking about? Are men showing up and asking you, like, Pastor Brandon, like, what do I do for work now? It's like, or like, how do I begin applying myself to this? Surely you must see some of this.
Yeah, we're having some of those conversations with some guys in the church and in the community, and it's been a process of getting them to kind of get their hands on the idea of some guys are just like, I don't know, I don't even know where to start, I don't know what to do, and so then it's again, that's something that I touched on at that men's intensive, is just like, what are the things that God has either given you a desire to do, or he's given you a skill to do? And how can you turn that into, work? And how can you turn that into a service or a product that you can then put forth for others? And so even if it's in terms of, I don't know, you're a painter or a plumber, what does that look like for you to, like, just to start moving towards understanding that this is a trade, but it's something that is necessary, and it's something that you can learn and you can become better at, and ultimately, learn as much as you can, and then move outside of rather than working for someone, then you can create your own business. And then you can determine from there how you're going to serve and also bless people with this trade this skill that you've been, that God has blessed you with. And so it's really starting with beginning to understand kind of the idea of like moving beyond it's just a vocation. Or the job that is being used of the Lord and glorifies the Lord is being a pastor, or being a missionary, or being an evangelist, or being whatever, a seminary professor. But man, why can't you do that as a plumber or a mechanic or whatever else? I threw a tweet out. It's been weeks ago now, but I listed just all of these different trades, and I'm like, let's do these things to build into Christendom. And so many people responded in such a positive way of just like, hopefully it kind of planted that seed of thinking in people's mind of just like, I can build into Christendom. I can honor the Lord. I can do all of these things as a, fill in the blank, as an electrician or whatever. So yeah, all that in a really long answer to say, yes, I'm having those conversations with guys in the church.
I mean, you can do them almost more easily. You can build into Christendom almost more easily in an environment like that.
Oh yeah.
I find that, well, I remember, when I worked office jobs, it's, managing designers and doing all the stuff I did inside large companies, like it's information work, it's knowledge work. Like, you add value to some amount to a piece of knowledge, and then you move it down the chain, right? And hopefully something that you added value to ends up finding expression in the public sphere. And you could say, I got a little piece of that, but I can't identify what piece is actually me. Most people inside large corporations can't say that. Versus the nobility of saying, of noble work, of saying, like, no, I made that thing that I can now point to, or I helped that man get through something really significant. Or in your case, like I remodeled that home / kitchen, living room, whatever, right? To the ability to make something tangible and to really offer it to the glory of God. It's hard to offer a spreadsheet to the glory of God in the same way. You can, obviously you can, versus this bag of coffee, right? Or this thing that I made. Like it's a very different feeling to be separated from the end product of our work, which I think is something that's very difficult for men and women today, is that we spend our time, people who work in knowledge work, they spend their time and their energy and their life force energy to produce things that they can't put their hands on. And it just kind of goes away in an email, right? It's like it's gone. Versus, hey, yeah, no, I made that. Even if you only say it to yourself, like I made that, I built that, I roasted that, I crafted that. These things, they're profoundly human. And I think we need them. We're missing them.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think we are missing them. I think we do need them. I think we need to recapture those things and things that, it's almost as if like it's just getting back to a way that is just more simple, not necessarily easier, but it's just more simple in terms of it's almost it's almost like this experience that's tangible, that you're involved in the process. Like if you could, if you were, I know a guy who's making knives and axes and all kinds of crazy things, and he's super good at it. Mm-hmm. And so like to say that literally at times like his blood and his sweat is involved in that, that there is, I'm putting all of myself into this thing that is hard to do. And there's a very specific outcome that I'm seeking to get. I'm not mass producing this thing. I'm making this thing for you, for your enjoyment, and for it to be just like you want it to be. And so I'm putting so much. So yeah, we've lost that. And I think that's the thing. Like if I could get people to just kind of capture a certain spirit, if you will, of all of this, of what I'm doing in terms of Reformation Coffee, like that would be the thing, is like, I want you to be able to, the things that you even said yourself, like I want you to be able to see how much is put into it. It isn't just, we're just roasting coffee and shipping it out. It's just, and that's why, again, our little tagline or motto or whatever is Reform Your Coffee Experience, because we want you to see that there's so much more. It isn't just a product that we're seeking to provide. It's a product and a service and a relationship and enjoyment. And because the thing is like for us, like our success, it'll come from that. Like people who, mm-hmm. it mostly won't be people are just like, oh man, this coffee is great. This is like, you should just drink this coffee. There'll be some of that, but it's also going to be, man, I know this guy. I know, I know what he's trying to do. I know he's teaching his son. I know that, he's building into Christendom. He's pushing back against Starbucks. He's, all of those things that is, it's a, I don't know how I would say it. It's a more fully orbed experience in terms of it isn't just coffee in a bag. And so, yeah, I think I just kind of riffing off of what you said. I think most people want that.
Mm-hmm. I think that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I think what you've you and I have talked about also is that, people, they want to participate in something. They want to participate in a vision. And so the thing for me with enjoying a coffee is like, yes, okay, it would be easy for me to say, I like Brandon. Brandon's a good guy. Let's build into Christendom. I'm gonna buy a bunch of coffee and cool because it's in alignment with my values. I could participate on that level, but instead I took it to the next level, which is like, let me actually do what I can to experience this coffee in the way that you intend me to. So yes, I'm participating in building the business to build into Christendom as an expression of my values. But now I'm participating in your creativity as well, learning how to. I wouldn't say that my palate is refined enough to use some of the technical term, but I would like to get there. It's a practice thing. But I think what's cool about what you're doing is there's more to it than that. There's a larger vision for Reformation Coffee that you have. I wonder if you would mind sharing a little bit of that, because I think that's really cool and really needed. I speak to it in some of the ads, but I'd love to hear it from the roaster's mouth, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've touched on it a good bit just in our conversation, even here. But yeah, wanting to be able to provide that experience for people, wanting to be able to build something that provides a good God honoring alternative for people to be able to enjoy and enter into and take part in. I've said it different times. I said it in your first digital conference that you had, that we want to be the coffee company of Christendom. We want to be the company that people think of, not because we want all the success and whatever else. Like I've already said, we'll probably never become anywhere. We'll never get anywhere close to Starbucks in terms of scale and success.
Sure.
And all of that. And I don't want that. If the Lord chooses to do that, then great. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. But
you never know.
I want to build the thing as big as the Lord intends for us to build it, so that it can be a blessing to as many people as possible. So that I do want to steal business from the Starbucks and the Black Rifles and all of the others. Mm-hmm. I'm not ashamed of that. I want to steal Christians' business away from all of the woke conglomerates and all of the big business out there that's just going to it's going to glorify and promote all the things that God hates. So that's an aspect of it. And I want to be able to build a business that's big enough and successful enough that certainly I'm trying to bless people with a good product and with good customer service, but I want to be able to bless my family and my church. And as we get big enough and we hire people on and we begin to include more people in this thing that is bigger than just coffee, in a bag for you. These are the goals. This is the vision in terms of building this business. That's the kind of success that I'm after, that ultimately is being done unto the glory of God. And, if I hope and pray we get to a place where, you and I talked about this a little bit earlier on, but I want people to not associate Reformation Coffee with Brandon Lansdown. I want it to be much bigger than just me. And, I know that we're in a place right now where that's an unavoidable reality, that that so many people are associating me with the company, and that's fine. Because that's really that's in large part what it's built off of, and why, how the decisions are made. But, I want to, and all of this translates into, for me, building into Christendom and working under the Lord to honor the Lord, to bless others, to take back that which belongs to the Lord anyways. And and then just die and be forgotten.
This is all super relevant for me because, and thank you for sharing all this, because I've been dealing with some similar questions. Like, just to share a quick story, when I started the Renaissance of Men back in 2020, almost all of my effort very quickly, though I was doing the podcast and a couple other things, went into producing my documentary series. Like, that was all of 2021, and a lot of 2022 was trying to get it funded, because it ended up being much bigger than I expected. And so over the past year, I've been working on that and just getting to a point where I've recognized a couple of different things. One is that the story of the Renaissance of Men is still very much being written, not as a business, but as a narrative, as a historical narrative. I believe God is very much working in humanity right now to redeem masculinity and femininity and families. I believe that without question that's happening, and I can see it. And that story is still very much being written. And at the same time, if God wanted to drop, the entire production budget on that documentary series right now, he could just fall out of the sky. It hasn't fallen out of the sky. So, but in the meantime, what I've done a bunch of soul searching. Like, what am I doing with the Renaissance of Men if not the documentary? Because again, all my effort has been focused on that. So now I'm shifting my thinking into exactly what we're talking about, which is building something that I can pass on to my kids, developing worthy skills and helping men, instead of like the documentary project, my heart and soul and so much of my effort went into it. And that's just going to sit there and it's going to be its own thing for a minute until God sees fit to begin advancing it forward. So what am I going to be doing to be building the Renaissance of Men as a brand independent of that? Men's mentorship and podcasting and all this feeds into it. So I'm listening to you discuss, the Journey with Reformation Coffee and your vision. And I'm seeing a brother and a friend who's a couple steps ahead of where I am. And so this is very educational for me, because these are just the questions that I'm starting to ask. Like, okay, like what skill am I going to develop that I can pass on to my kids? What is that going to be? I have some ideas. What is the legacy that I'm going to have? What is the organization that I'm going to build? How am I going to make this into something that's bigger than me, that has its own life? How am I going to give birth to this? It's almost like giving birth to a child in a way. You want to see it stand up and start walking on its own, and like, oh, look, there it goes. So, which I know is something that you know something about. So it sounds like we're talking about some very similar things from different ends of the process.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's spot on. I think that for men to be able to see that and to approach whatever it is they do, I mean, we are told, in Scripture that, whatever we do, whether we eat or drink, do it all unto the glory of God. And so, and work as unto the Lord and not to man. And so I think really, truly, like bringing it back to theology applied, like, what does that mean? What does that look like? How does that lead us to a place that's different from what we've been doing for the last 50 plus years? Because clearly we need to do something different. We need to get back to something that we previously did that was right and good. And, I think that's the case. People could argue against that. You can make all of these arguments that you want. I mean, certainly technological advancements and things of the sort have had their positives, but I mean, they've had their negatives as well, their negative outworkings as well. And so, in terms of how we work and what we do in profession and trade. And so, yeah, I think what you said is exactly right. Let's get back to asking those questions and figuring out how to do those things, and then seeking to pass those on. And yeah, just again, trust God with the increase, and just work to that end. That I refuse to accept that um, I don't even really know how I would put it. Like, I won't accept just this really kind of pessimistic approach. This again, just the black pill. Like, oh, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you stop shopping at Target. Like, every company is going to be woke, and every company is going to do the thing. Like, no, man. Like, you can't think like that. You keep working. You trust God with the increase. And even if you don't see the change or the success in your lifetime, you're going to act and work and live and breathe and move as though your kids are. They're going to see it. And if your kids don't, then your grandkids are. Somebody in your line is going to see it. And that's what you're working for.
So I see behind you, I've got a little bit of time left. I see behind you, you've got The Case for Christian Nationalism by Stephen Wolfe. And along and on top of it, you've got for those just listening, you've got the J.C. Ryle Holiness book that you mentioned, and I also see Masculine Christianity by Zach Garris, which is definitely on my list to read and interview him as well. I want to have him on, but I want to make sure I try to read my guest books before I have them on. But let's see so we've talked about the individual case for your journey as a man. We talked about you as a husband, and you as a father, and as a business owner, and as a pastor. So we're getting progressively further circles out. We've got a community leader. So let's tie this now to the national case, because the eschatology has been floating around with post-mill, and which I fully agree with. So let's put the pieces together on sort of what it can look like for an individual man, because I think you've painted the picture of the example of a man, an example of how men can be thinking about and living these things. That's what you've been articulating. And so, from the level of one man, one household, one family, one church, let's build this out to the national case, because I think it's deeply, deeply relevant.
Okay. So the question is what does that look like? How do we start doing that?
Yeah, let's kick the soccer ball around, as I like to say. Like, let's run it out. Let's say you've got you're a man who's let me paint a scenario. Let's say that there's a man listening who's maybe not all the way down the road for this process, but maybe he started this process and walked far enough down the road that he can see some kind of light at the end of the tunnel. Like, okay, I think I can actually pull this off. And he's looking at the American cultural, political kind of system and recognizing that it's not working. And maybe he's just escaped from woke corporateville. And he's kind of trying to figure out, well, I want to live in a country that facilitates me continuing to cultivate these values. And he's not all the way there yet on Christian nationalism. Perhaps he grew up in a form of Christian nominalism. So let's start there with someone who's essentially bought in on the fundamental case of reconstituting himself as a man, and maybe even in his own community, but hasn't yet plugged it in to the national scale. Because I think that's where the dialogue is kind of stuck. You have a lot of guys recognizing that we need to reestablish some form of biblical patriarchy in the home, male headship in the churches, et cetera. Like, and maybe they're not doing head coverings or anything like that, but they recognize that things are upside down in terms of father rule, and they want to write everything up, and they're there on that part, but they haven't yet put the pieces together in terms of running a nation. Let's start there. So we have some basic agreement, but we need to go to a larger scale agreement.
Yeah, well, I think you have to start with that basic agreement at the local level and then work your way out. I think that you can't seek to quickly enact the kind of change that you desire on a national scale. And so I think this is certainly even part of the consideration, the conversation in terms of biblical patriarchy, Christian nationalism, all of the things, building Christian institutions. I have told some men on a local level here, like, man, let's get you on city council, or let's get you running, get you running for mayor. I think that's something that that's certainly achievable in smaller towns. And I know men who are seeking to do that. And, I live in a bit larger city. We've got a few 100,000 people. So, I mean, we're not Phoenix, but third largest city in the state of Missouri. And so in Metro, maybe closer to 500,000. I'm not sure. But, so maybe that's not something that we can attain as quickly, but I think those are the conversations that we need to start with. It's like, how do we start to enact change on a local level? And certainly that is putting the thought into people's minds that we can enact change, and we should. And then we start having the conversation on a really practical, boots on the ground level of how do we begin doing that? How do we, and so that conversation might look a little bit different depending on where you are, depending on what you have your sights on, what you're trying to correct or change. And so I think we need to think like that. We need to seek to approach things like that on a local level, and we need to then try to grow that that out further and further on a grander scale in terms of what we see within our country and our nation. And so there's a lot of different things that I think would go into that. Like certainly, I think I would say the best place to try to plant that seed and enact that change in people's minds, at least in terms of Christianity. Hopefully, I mean, we're talking about Christian nationalism. So like, hopefully those people are in the church, and so they're hearing those things in the church. Like we cannot continue with this kind of thinking that, just all of these misunderstandings in terms of like, separation of church and state, or you can't legislate morality, and like all of the things that are just undeniably not true. What are laws if not trying to legislate people's morality? And so beginning to shift people's thinking, because you can't enact any kind of change until people think that, we're doing it wrong. We can enact change, but we have to be able to see what that requires of us. And again, like I think, I'm sitting here thinking now about people in my own family who are, not to open up a whole can of worms that occurred a couple of weeks ago on Twitter, but like I've got family members who are just, they're pre-mill, they're dysphy, they're just, just like, things are just going to get worse. So just, let's just batten down the hatches and hold on. Jesus is coming back. Well, like, why would you work towards anything if that's what you thought? Like, why would you seek to build Christian institutions? Why would you seek to build generational wealth? Why would you seek to be able to build an inheritance that you can pass on to your children and your grandchildren? Why would you seek to change the course of your county and your city, your country, by the way that you vote, by who you install as a political leader? So the first thing I think that has to happen is like you have to get people to see that they have to be able to see things vastly different than the way they do now in terms of just theologically and in terms of success, instead of just kind of just glibly just going through life, hands up in the air, like this is just, world's going to hell in a handbasket. Yeah, so that's where I think we have to start. I think we have to start with a a biblical understanding of, be it political theory or the Christian's involvement in those things. You see that happening now, really, just with some of these, with Bud Light and with Target, and like people all this time, like I've known people who have been boycotting companies. I mean, like I'm 42 and like, this isn't the first time I've seen any boycott exist. Like I've seen it plenty of times, but this is the first time that I've seen it actually seem to be working, and that's because the crazies have pushed the needle too far and people have finally had enough. And, they're doing the thing that they never thought they could do, which is enact real change in these companies and the success of these companies, businesses. And so like, if we just carry that over into, enacting the kind of change that we want to see in government policies, and again, like start on a local level and just work your way out. And man, teach and train pastors that to be unafraid and to preach the truth and to get people, to get their congregants to understand these things. And we think we could easily have the majority. And if we just voted with conviction, that's a good place to start, I think. There are countless other aspects of this conversation.
I'm very blessed that my first teacher in postmillennialism was Doug Wilson when he was on my podcast about a year ago, because I had just encountered the idea, and I'm familiar with, as I think many people in America are, Christian or not, with the whole Left Behind, dispensational, premillennial kind of Jesus is coming back idea, just kind of in the cultural waters. And so there's a real mind shift that needs to happen between that kind of cultural attitude that everyone's been marinating in, and plus the general apocalyptic vibes of the day, to the reality that like we might be on the downswing right now in some essential ways, but God can turn it around at any time. At the end of the Return of the King, it sure looked like everything was about to end, but everything was just on the cusp of being redeemed in ways that were I love this example because to Aragorn and all the fellowship that was at the Black Gate and the armies that are being literally surrounded by orcs, like it was over. It was literally over. They had no idea at the Black Gate that Frodo was still alive. That's why they were there. They're there at the Black Gate to draw Sauron out, and the hopes that Frodo might be alive and get the ring to Mordor on time, because they don't know where he is, right? And so I think that there's a component of like, though what's visible to all of us can seem quite dire. And I was on a podcast this week where I talked about this. Ultimately evil was undone by its own narcissism. The reason why Sauron took the bait and sent his entire army to confront Aragorn is that he thought Aragorn had the ring. So he's like, because Sauron couldn't imagine that anyone would ever destroy the ring. That thought didn't even enter his mind. So what did he do? He left Mount Doom completely unguarded, and two little tiny defenseless hobbits just wander right up the slopes of Mount Doom. And so evil was undone by its own narcissism because it couldn't see past its own lust for power. And so we as men, as Christian men, are kind of approaching near the Black Gate and seeing the orcs coming swarming out and looking at the eye of Sauron. It's like, it's over. It's over. Jesus is coming back. It's like, really? you sure about that? Like, you sure that we don't have to like fight until the very last second and watch God redeem it all? Something short of Jesus coming back and ending time? And I don't know that enough. I don't know that enough Christians think that way. But what I love is that there are plenty that do. There are plenty that are, like, no, we're going to keep fighting right up until the very end. because that's who I am, right? That's who God made me to be. Now, I'm not going to climb into I don't have a basement, but I'm not going to climb into my non-existent basement and like just keep checking my watch every 5 minutes for Jesus to come bail me out. Like, send me into the battle, Lord. I think that's the kind of men that are needed right now.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I love that illustration, that example, because I'm a huge Tolkien fan. But it's interesting that that I just had a similar conversation with my wife earlier today in terms of just if I'm honest, it was just like me just kind of. I wouldn't say I was feeling sorry for myself, but it was just I was just really tired and worn out, just physically, mentally, emotionally. And some of that is still, for those people that know, just, having a bit of an accident and a head injury. And so it seems like that's happening more easily. But my point is this, is we were talking about within that kind of the roles between men and women and how it pertains to some of the women and men in our church. And so just talking about how, we have different perceptions of of what other people do. This is getting to a point that's going to tie back to what you said. And that I think some people would say, and they would see like, oh, well, Brandon gets to meet with people and have lunch and breakfast and do discipleship and write sermons and read books and roast coffee and take trips to do conferences and all of these things. But the thing that they don't see that is, that back at home behind the curtain that my wife sees is just like how much that takes of me. But and this isn't like just to say, hey, look how much I do, feel sorry for me, but it's this is that it's tiresome, it's hard work, it's arduous work. It's I certainly love to do all of it, but the point is this is like what you just said is that I believe that it's building into something larger and more meaningful. And so these are the gifts and the skills that the Lord has given me to use. And so I'm going to use them to right up to the very end. I'm going to, and so this is like drawing it back to what I said about just not being afraid to work hard and to give your all and do it under the glory of God. It's just like, yes, I'm tired. No, not every aspect of what I do seems as glamorous as what other people might think that it is. But it's the task that he's given me to do. And you're, the next person's task might be different, but it's really ultimately the same. Like you're doing a different physical task but the outcome, the desired outcome is the same. We're building into something. We're fighting for something that is much bigger than just ourselves, and that's much more meaningful than just ourselves. And that we do it in such a way that we believe, we act like we're going to win. God's going to win. It's His world, and we belong to Him. And so we work and we strive, we labor unto Him. We just like the the fellowship and the army that are there at the Black Gate. Like we're going to give everything we have to the very last second. And like you said, they didn't know the outcome, but I think the lesson is that we give our all, and we just we trust the results unto the Lord.
They were all ready to die. That was what they expected, right? For the chance. And it's like we all as men, I would say, I feel confident saying all, watch movies like Braveheart or The Matrix or Terminator 2 or pick any number of movies, and setting aside whether they're Christian movies or not doesn't matter. But no greater love hath a man than this, than to lay down his life for his friends. And we see all these warriors giving their lives. Like that's Braveheart, gives his life. Gladiator gives his life. The Matrix, at the end of the third movie, Neo gives his life. Terminator, the power of that movie is that the Terminator gives his life. Like these are classic masculine films. All these men, examples giving their lives so that others may live. It's like, are we ready to do that as men? Are we ready to do that as Christian men? Really? Really? Isn't that the example that Christ set, gave his life? Right? And it's odd to me that it's so basic. It's like looking you right in the face. What is it that George Orwell said? To see what is in front of one's nose requires a constant effort. Mm-hmm. Right? What did Christ do but give his life? Are we ready to give our lives, men? Are we ready to really follow the example, not to mention all the martyrs? And that doesn't necessarily have to mean giving your life in some sort of like final act of sacrifice of your existence, but giving your life, pouring it into the things that you're doing so that you're spent at the end of the day, so that you're exhausted, so that maybe you are a little sad. Maybe you are a little low energy because you've poured your soul out to create something, and you don't have anything left for yourself. That's an act of self-sacrifice as well. And then you allow your wife and your brothers to come and pour into you, and then you get back into it. That seems to me to be profoundly masculine and profoundly Christian at the same time.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And, you know, I don't know what I could add to that really to say it any better. I think that's it. That's the work that, you know, and that is why we need others so much. That's why, you know, because we as men, like we work and we give and we sacrifice. And I mean, I'm saying this in a general sense, like that. I hope that's what we're doing. Like that's what we should be striving to do. And then, yeah, we, you know, and we have a really gracious Father who's instructed us, like, to take a day of rest, to you know, to recharge, to refill the tank. And we ought to do that with worship, with family, with friends, with church members. And that's why, like, for us, you know, one of the things we do as a church is every single Sunday following the service, we have a meal. Like, we all just sit together and we laugh. And like, this is after we have taken up communion together, and we've sang songs unto the Lord, and we've confessed sin, and we have delighted in the scriptures. And, you know, then, you know, we come together and we just eat good food and we tell stories and we laugh. And yeah, I mean, it's something I look forward to every single week. It's refreshing. It's refilling. And then, yeah, Monday comes and you get back to work. You do all the same things again. And then, praise God, come the next Lord's Day, we get to do the same thing. We get to feast on the Lord and eat good food and have good fellowship.
It's a beautiful vision. So if there's a young guy out there, and let's just say he's like, you know, 22 to 25 years old, and which I think is a pretty crucial age for men. I think it might be the most crucial age for men, like 20 to 25. I think is the most important stage of a man's life, or at least it's the one where you can make the decisions that have the longest branching impact, because you're old enough to be on your own, but too stupid to know how to be on your own. That was my experience anyway. And he's listening to this podcast, and he's trying to find his way at the very start of his journey as a man. And he's identified all the things that we're talking about, and he's bought into the ideas and even the vision. Like, where can that young man start? What like as a father, as a business owner, as a pastor, as a man who's been on his own 40 plus year journey, like where would you direct that young man to start? Because he wants to get where you're at someday, where he wants the things that you're building. Like what advice would you give to that young man?
I would say, if you don't already have it, find a solid church, solid community of believers that thinks this way, believes this way, works to that end. It could, like, find yourself a solid, theologically robust church and people to connect yourself to. If you don't already have that, if you don't have a community, and I don't just mean like, maybe you've got a handful of really solid friends, and by solid, it's just like they've just been with you for so long, but I mean, maybe they're not Christians, or maybe they're just nominal Christians. That's not what I mean. That's not the community that you need. You need a community of men and women, but like for a guy, like you need a community where there are men who are willing to do all the things that we've said, like to work hard, I mean, it's to win, to build, to fight, to believe in success that the Lord grants. And then, get married, start having kids, start building, figure out what you can do well, and start figuring out how you can do that in a way that honors the Lord and builds into something bigger than yourself, which is Christendom. Like, I mean, for me, that's what it is. Like, how can you build into that? How can you contribute to that? And so, again, if it is a skill or a trade, then master that thing, whatever it is, and then figure out how to utilize it and put it out there for other people, whether it's being a plumber or an electrician or a mechanic or a coffee roaster or whatever. Or maybe you're really good at starting businesses and selling them and making a lot of money, and you can just use that money to help other men start building other kinds of institutions and establishments. Maybe that is what the Lord has blessed you with. Is just that you're just really good at making money. I know guys like that, and praise God for that.
Yeah. And
so find a church, solid church. Get married, have kids, develop a skill that you can build with, and get to work. Connect yourself to as many other, like that's, I didn't mean to exclude this. I think I said it already, but like, in finding the church, like you're connecting yourself to a community of people that are going to help you. Lord willing, they should believe in what you're doing, and they'll work and fight to make sure that you succeed as well.
Amen. Amen to all of that. Well, thank you, Brandon. This has been absolutely brilliant. This is I was looking forward to this, and I was not disappointed. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and your heart and your experience and your insight and your story and your passion for the things that you do. It's a real, in the world of the manosphere, influencers, whatever, I don't know that you call yourself that, but in this world of men who present themselves online, let's say, it can be very hard to get to the reality of who they are past all the layers of, say, content and image that they've created. And so it's a real privilege for me to get to know you and to get to meet you and to get to work with you and to get to meet the man behind the things that you do, to be welcomed into that, to be welcomed into all those aspects of you. So I'm very appreciative of that. And I have a great appreciation for being part of your life and part of your story and part of the Reformation Coffee family as well. And so this has been a real honor and a privilege for me. So thank you.
I'm glad to hear all of that. I appreciate that. And, man, it has been an honor and a privilege to be able to join efforts with you. And you've been a delight to get to know and to be able to partner with. And, I hope and pray that we, can build a lot together, and, that we can get you up here to Springfield before too long and meet in person and have big dreams and make big plans for even more.
I like the sound of that. And I think all men should be looking for men that they can build with. I think I think that was in some of the things that you said, is like, be part of a church, find a skill, get a wife, have kids, and find men that you want to build something with and that want to build something with you. Because it's not just like theoretical. Like, nation building is not a theoretical exercise. You can write position papers, sure, go ahead. But ultimately, nation building, the emphasis is on building. And so it's important for men to find, once they've built something, just know that you can't do it all yourself. You need men to augment your skills and abilities, in the things that you're good at, and then you work together and you build something even greater than yourselves. Than yourselves.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's just, we have a much greater chance of success when we work and strive and build and fight together. So that's my encouragement, is, just connect yourself with like-minded people who want to do the same thing and who are going to encourage you and prop you up along the way. Because I couldn't I couldn't imagine trying to do all of this on my own. Whether it's any of it. I mean, building a coffee business, or, trying to enact lasting change in my local community and beyond. Like, you can't do that by yourself.
Right. There's only one of me. I only got so many hours in a day. I got more things to do than I have me. So I got to find other men around me that can help me do those things.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Amen. Well, I have some idea of the answer to this question, but where would you like to send men to find out more about you and what you do?
Well, you can discover Reformation Coffee on Twitter at Reformed Coffee, and you can find me on Twitter at Brandon Lansdown. You can go find the coffee that you will love at reformationcoffee.com. We are also on Instagram. I can't remember what our I think it's just Reformation Coffee.
I think so.
Wife. Yeah, that's my wife that heads up that. So yeah, you can go find all sorts of information about the business, and if you want hot takes on dust jackets for books, you can go find me on Twitter.
Can confirm. It's got the sword out on Twitter. It's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Brandon. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to many more of these conversations over coffee and whiskey and cigars as well.
Yeah, man. I look forward to it.